Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is our City Council meeting of the City of Soledad, and it's our joint City Council Successor Agency, Housing Authority, and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting of Wednesday, May 1st. So thank you all for joining us. And again, thank you all the members of the public that are either in our chambers today or those that are joining us engaging through other social media platforms. Your participation, as we always say, is really critical and civic engagement. So just a couple of options that the public has to join the meeting. You can join the meeting using the meeting ID. For today, it's 856-2821-8944. You can also join by telephone, calling at 1-669-900-6833. And as you know, our meetings now are streamed live through YouTube. Just to make it more efficient in terms of technology, but please note that your comments that are made there are not going to be recorded as part of the record. You do need to make sure that you call in and make sure you're in the Zoom meeting for that. And we do also, as you know, have a Spanish translator available for all of our meetings. So with that, again, thank you everyone for joining us. And if we can get a roll call, please.
Mayor Ana Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Maria Barrejo.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Gonzalez.
Here.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next item of business, which is public comments on closed session items. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on closed session items appearing on the agenda. Please note you do have 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. So for today, we do have 2 agenda items under our closed session. The city council of the City of Soledad will recess to closed session to meet with its designated representatives regarding labor relation matters pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The employee organizations are the Soledad Police Officers Association, SEIU Local 521 General Unit, and SEIU Local 521 Mid-Management Unit, unrepresented employees, sorry, not under. And item 2, the city council will recess to closed session, again, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, to give instructions to the city's negotiator concerning the sale, exchange, lease of property located at 183 Soledad Street, assessor parcel number 0222-026-001-002 and -017. Instructions will include price and terms. So at this time, do we have any members of the public that are joining us here in our chambers that wish to make any public comments on closed session items? Okay, seeing none, then any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom?
There.
Okay, seeing there's none, then we will close the public comment session and we will recess to closed session, and we will be back at 6:30 for the public portion of the meeting. Thank you.
No me asignaron, Ani.
everyone. Thank you. We are now reconvening from our closed session. I know we went a little bit longer. Usually we try to be back by 6:30. So thank you for your patience for those that are joining us here in our chambers and then those that are joining us also via Zoom. So as we reconvene from our closed session, I'll hand it over to our city attorney for a report out on our two closed session meetings.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the council, on item number one, the council convened and met with its labor relations representative, having to do with negotiations with the SPOA and 2 units of the SEIU, and provided directions to its negotiator, and no other reportable action was taken. And then item number 2, the council met with its real property negotiators, with respect to property located at 183 Soledad Street, provided instructions to its negotiator, and no other reportable action was taken.
Perfect, thank you. So at this time, if you can please, it's our pledge of allegiance. If you can please stand with me and place your hand on your left side and join us in the pledge. And Jen, you do us the honor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to our next item. Are there any additions or modifications to the agenda for today?
Yeah, there are none.
Okay, seeing we have no additions or modifications, then we'll move on to our next item.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I did want to clarify, there was one change to the item on the pro-housing item, which is we want to clarify that we're adopting the template from the state, and that would be what we would forward on for the pro-housing application.
Okay, perfect. So we'll make that correction, and it's clarifying that we're adopting the template from the state.
Yes,
Anything else?
no, that's, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So then at this time, we'll move into public comments, for those that are joining us here, and just want to make sure, so this is public comments for any of the items that are not appearing on the council agenda that are of interest to our public or concerns, to our residents and within the jurisdiction of the city council. Just as a matter of courtesy, we do have 3 minutes to speak. Please be brief and to the point. And as a reminder, the council will not comment, but if there are specific issues that need to be addressed, and we can direct our staff members to be able to address or look further into that specific need. So just wanted to make sure we are good with that. So with that, then I will go to public comments for those that are joining us here in our chambers, and then we'll go out to public comments for those that are joining us via Zoom.
Mayor, Council, my name is Tony Bretta, and I'm a proud Army veteran, and I just want to talk to you about a project that we started about 5 years ago. We started the Veterans Banner Program here in Soledad, and we raised the money all through private funds with our American Legion and through some of the other veterans that we've done. And it's just honoring our heroes that support our freedom that we have here in Soledad and South Monterey County. And it's to my understanding is obviously that these have all been sent back to their private homes now. And I just asking the question, why? I, as a veterans advocate, I'm getting contacted by many of these parents asking why these banners are going back to their homes, which probably they never come back, and why they're not going to go back up on Front Street. Is there a future plan to honor our veterans? You know, we're leading, I want to do the future plan to honor them. We're leading into some very important days coming up. You know, in the 27th, we have Memorial Day, which is to honor those veterans who paid the ultimate sacrifice, like my nephew, who was killed in Afghanistan 10 years ago. So I'm just, the question I just posed to is why is Soledad sending them back to their private citizens?
Mayor, through the chair, we will have someone follow up with you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from those joining us here? Okay, then for those joining us via Zoom, and if I can have a panelist, do you? Okay, so we do have a hand raised, so I do see, Jocelyn Brady, if you can unmute yourself, please. Jocelyn, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I just want to raise a couple of announcements. I'm attending on other business, but I just want to share with the community that Interim Inc. We are a local nonprofit mental health provider. We just want to share that we did open an office in February, serving the Soledad and South County community at 2149 H De La Rosa, Suite 203, to better serve the city of Soledad and South County in general. We also are having an event. It's a Mental Health Awareness Month. We have this is held annually. It's our mental health volunteer recognition event. It's on May 31st at 10:30 at the Embassy Suites in Seaside. Anybody who would like to attend from the community is invited. They can just visit our website at www.interiminc.org and visit our events page to register, and lunch is included. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other public comments from those joining us via Zoom? Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so we are going to close the public comment portion of our meeting and move on to our next items, which is council presentation. So today we have 5 council presentations and proclamations. Actually, most of them, I believe, are proclamations for today. So council, given that we have a really heavy agenda today, and I know we want to make sure that we read the proclamations and take photos at the end. I think we started that last time just to streamline the meeting process and for it to go a little bit faster. So also what I'd like to do is once all the proclamations are read, if you can please hold your comments until the end, so that way we can make comments until the end. And if you want to make your comments, I think if we can limit our comments to no more than 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, so that way we can move on and then have time to take a photo. So I know as you've seen the agenda, we have like 17 items on consent and had our other items that we're I want to make sure that we allow for fruitful discussion. So thank you again. And just, for the public and for the council, it is my job as chair to make sure that I keep the meeting on track, that everyone's respectful and accountable for tracking our own time and our comment time as well while we're in the dais. So with that, thank you. And we will start with our first proclamation. Megan, the proclamation section. Oh, yes. Okay, so our first proclamation is of the City Council of the City of Soledad in honor and recognition of Mr. Ben Jimenez for his outstanding years of service on the City of Soledad. And do we have anyone here?
We indicated former council member couldn't attend, but that we would read it into the record.
Okay, perfect. So whereas Benjamin Jimenez Jr. Ben has been a resident for over 48 years of the City of Soledad and has dutifully served on the City Council for over 11 years, including as mayor from 1994 to 1996 and mayor pro tem from 2002 to 2024. And whereas Ben has served on various council committees and local and regional boards, including the Salinas Valley Waste Authority, most recently on the executive committee as vice president, Association of California Cities Allied with Public Safety, which the acronym is ACAPS, and the Soledad Fiesta Committee, Citizens Advisory Committee, and the Range Subcommittee. And whereas in addition to his service as a council member, Ben has been employed by the California Department of Corrections, retiring as a district administrator, and worked as a part-time instructor at Hartnell College, inspiring his tirelessly advocacy for the police and fire departments and youth education. And whereas Ben has been a champion of significant economic development and housing projects, including the Soledad Marketplace, the grocery outlet, Premier Cinemas, Shipping Container Village, the Soledad Unified School District Housing Project, the Miramonte Specific Plan, improvements to Front Street, and support of the small businesses. And was during his tenure, Ben has also been instrumental in the development of the city parks and recreation department and reopening of the Soledad Community Center, the development of the Soledad Hartnell campus, and the development of Orchard Lane Park, South County's first inclusive playground, and shepherd the city through the pandemic, ensuring key investments in infrastructure, technology, public safety, and economic development. And whereas understanding the importance of early intervention, Ben helped guide staff in the development of a youth violence prevention program that provides Soledad youth with alternatives to help them lead better lives. And whereas Ben has left an indelible mark on Soledad, and he will be remembered for his hard work, dedication, commitment, and his staunch support for the city staff and their work. Whereas in addition to all of this work for the city, Ben has been a dedicated family man and his wife Susana and 3 daughters, and has decided to step down from his position as a council member to spend more time with them. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council, the City of Soledad, does hereby honor, commend, and congratulate Benjamin Jimenez Jr. for his many years of exemplary service to the citizens of Soledad, and extend our heartfelt appreciation and best wishes to Ben in his future endeavors, and to his family and friends for their support of the public service. Sorry, I had to read all of it. So congratulations, Ben, on your retirement. Thank you, and we will make sure that we get that to him. Okay, so the next proclamation of the City Council, the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming April 28th through May 4th, 2024 as Small Business Week. So whereas small businesses are the backbone of our economy, driving innovation, creating jobs, and fostering community growth, and whereas the resilience, creativity, and dedication of small business owners contribute to the vitality and diversity of our local and global markets, and whereas small businesses embody the entrepreneurial spirit representing the dreams, aspirations, and hard work of individuals and families across our nation, and whereas in the theme of this year's Small Business Week is building on the small business boom. All of our small businesses have demonstrated that Soledad is a perfect place to start a new business. So whereas the City of Soledad, through our Community and Economic Development Department, will continue to support any resident who wants to open up a small business. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims the week of April 28th through May 4th as National Small Business Week. And we encourage all our community members to join us in acknowledging the vital role that small businesses play in our society and patronizing our small businesses. Let us express our heartfelt appreciation for their impact on our community, ingenuity, and perseverance. So we want everybody to shop local. Okay. And so if we have any of our local businesses here at the end, once we read all the other proclamations, we will take a picture. Please come up so we can take a picture. The next proclamation is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May 5th through the 11th, 2024 as Public Service Recognition Week. Whereas the public sector plays a vital role in serving the needs of our residents, providing essential services, and promoting the common good and upholding the values of accountability, transparency, and integrity. Whereas the City of Soledad's dedicated public servants work tirelessly in government, agencies, departments, and organizations to contribute to the well-being and progress of our communities, striving each day to improve the lives of those they serve. And whereas the Public Sector Week offers an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the contributions of public sector workers, highlighting their commitment to public service, professionalism, and excellence. And whereas the Public Sector Week offers an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the contributions of public sector workers, highlighting their commitment to public service, professionalism, and excellence. Now, there be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims the week of May 5th through May 11th as National Public Sector Week. We encourage all community members to join in acknowledging public sector employees' dedication to ensuring that our city and our communities continue to run smoothly. And if you see any of our public or city employees, please make sure that you thank them for the work that they do. Okay, and have 2 more. And the next one is a proclamation of the City Council of City of Soledad proclaiming May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And whereas since 1949, the month of May has been dedicated to addressing the challenges faced by millions of Americans living with mental health conditions. And whereas mental health conditions affect millions of individuals worldwide, transcending age, gender, race, and socioeconomic status, and often carry stigma and discrimination, hindering access to support and treatment. Whereas raising awareness about mental health promotes understanding, compassion, and empathy, and encourages early intervention and reduces the stigma associated with mental illness, creating a pathway to recovery, resilience, and hope. And the spirit of the theme of this year is movement, moving more for our mental. Moving more for our mental. Enter Inc. has demonstrated its dedication to supporting individuals living with serious mental illnesses by opening up a new office in Soledad, which we heard that earlier today. So now therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaim May as National Mental Health Awareness Month. During this time, we recognize the importance of mental health, honor the experience of those affected by mental illness, and reaffirm our commitment to promoting mental wellness and resilience in our community. So thank you so much. Okay, and the last is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May 7th, 2024 as Teachers Day. So I'm gonna just read it because I read all the other ones, but on this presentation, on this one, I think we're gonna be able to present it to the school board. Whereas teachers are the cornerstone of our education system, shaping the minds, hearts, and futures of our students, inspiring a love for learning and imparting knowledge, wisdom, and values. The dedication, passion, and commitment of teachers influence generations, instilling confidence, resilience, and thirst for knowledge, and laying the foundation for lifelong success and fulfillment. And whereas National Teacher Day offers an opportunity to honor and express gratitude to educators for their tireless efforts, unwavering support, and profound impact on the lives of students, families, and our communities. Whereas through their innovation, creativity, and compassion, teachers foster environments to celebrate diversity, promote critical thinking, and empower individuals to reach their full potential, shaping a brighter future for all. In the spirit of this year's theme, the teachers we need for the education we want. The global imperative to reverse the teacher shortage. The Soledad Unified School District has demonstrated its commitment to bringing the best and brightest teachers to our community. So now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaim May 7th as National Teacher Appreciation Day. And on this day, we celebrate the invaluable contributions of teachers, recognize their role as a catalyst for positive change, and reaffirm our commitment to supporting and uplifting our teaching profession. Okay, so with that, Council, can we give a round of applause? Thank you to all of the agencies and everyone. So I will open it up. Before we take a photo, let me just open it up. So if we can open it up to our council members, and if we can just limit, please, our comments to a minute and a half if possible. So I'll start with, oh, want me to start here? Okay, so I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Is this, I apologize, just for clarification, is to, for comment on all of the proclamations?
On all of the proclamations,
Okay,
correct.
I will make it short. Just, you know, again, it is my honor, you know, to sit up here as we give recognition to all of these, awesome, businesses, to, of course, to, Ben Jimenez and his wife Susana, who shared him, with us, with our city, and I thank him for his passion. It was an honor working alongside of him. Also the school district, you know, their hard work in getting housing so that they could be able to provide housing for their teachers. And also I know that the students at the school district are gonna have Friday off due to Mental Health Awareness Month. And so that just shows again the support that they're receiving from the school district and from their school board.
Thank you. So I will move to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
So I just wanted to kind of echo what Mayor Pro Tem said, especially highlighting Small Business Week and to remind folks to shop locally. I think at the last GPAC meeting we had staff that mentioned how we should do our due diligence to shop locally. There's like a couple of things we need just to come down to Front Street or over to our other areas. I guess it's still considered Front Street, right? Instead of like driving somewhere else, and to bring our, you know, our tax dollars here. Also just again, great that it's Public Service Recognition Week. It's an honor to be a public servant. Mental health awareness is something that I am very excited to see that is, you know, brought to the light. I think, you know, I grew up here my entire life, and I can see the difference between when I was in high school and the kids that are in school now and how great that is. And, you know, I come from a huge family of teachers. Those that know me know that all of my tias are teachers, secretaries, etc. So this is all great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cabrera.
Same, what they said, but I want to start with the teachers. With the teachers, I actually went to a student of the month at Jack Prince Uni. That's where my children went to, and I took the time. I always try to take the time to thank our teachers, because if you have children, you're gonna see that many of our good teachers leave because of the situation that they're going through. And those who never left, they stay with us, they stay with their children, deserve that recognition a little bit more than the other ones. It's not that the other ones don't do it, but they're not here to receive that recognition, recognizing the effort they do, the consistency, and the love for their profession. I want to thank all of them for staying with us and being in charge of that. And they are also the ones that promote health education a lot more. Convince us parents of how we have to look into it, and they are the bridge between the children and the parents and the community. So thank you for all your service, and for the businesses, all the small businesses. What can we do without you guys? So thank you for being here. Thanks.
Thank you. So I also want to start with the teachers. I have one of my nieces is a teacher, and I know that teachers are really, really critical, especially to the early development of our children. And teachers can really be an impact, especially a positive impact. So how that child's going to continue to grow, engage, and foster his talent. So teachers, you know, I always say they should get paid a lot more for the work that they do, given how critical they are to the well-being of our society. So thank you, teachers, for everything you do. I know, and also on the mental health awareness, I think this applies to everyone, and I'm glad that we continue to recognize it and that we continue to really foster awareness, because mental health is something that it impacts everyone. It doesn't matter how old you are. It impacts everyone. And now that we're seeing a lot of the toxic stress that's really coming forward, that's showcasing with a lot of our younger children, you know, it's really important for us to really be able to look at mental health as a quality of life issue, and also look at what resources are available to our families to ensure that they get the need that they deserve. And as a public servant, I am a public servant, have been a public servant for over, I forgot, I say 20 years, but it's a lot more than 20 years. Thank you to all of our staff, city staff, and all the public servants that do a lot of great job. You are the backbone of our cities. If it were not for you, our cities do not run. And so thank you for your work, and also our small businesses. Again, we say this over and over, you are the backbone, not just of our economy locally, but the economy of California and the economy of our country. So thank you again. And for all of us, just a reminder that shopping local is really critical, because that's how we support our small businesses as well. So thank you. So with that, we'll pause. And if we can have everybody come up that's here, that's been recognized as part of the proclamation, and we'll take a photo. you to our community for the flexibility of allowing us to take some photos, which I think is really important. And then also just, having an opportunity to congratulate and thank all of those that joined us to recognize all of the different amazing recognitions that we had today. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, and that is presentation. So we do have 2 presentations today, and I will turn this over to it's Parks and Recreation, year 3 updates, and I will turn this over to Jessica Potts, our Recreation Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Okay. So while we're in our executive meetings, I hear like all these wonderful things that are happening with the city. We've got, public safety and infrastructure maintenance improvements, increasing our local autonomy, ever important housing. And, I sit back sometimes and I think, we do recreation, we do games and art and theater. And I stand here to explain to you why that's important for our community. So when I joined the department in April of 2021 to help create this department, having accessible recreation was so important to our constituents that despite being in a worldwide pandemic, our citizens voted in Measure S to provide these services that increase the health and wellness of our community, as well as improve quality of life and help to set a healthy and safe roadmap for our youth. I have a lot of information on these slides. You've received them beforehand. I'm not going to go through here and read this verbatim, otherwise a long night will be longer. I'm going to hit some highlights and then let you ask any questions that might come up. So as I mentioned, I started on April 19th of 2021. We started working on a building that was almost 30 years old, and there was many areas of disrepair. And so we jumped right in, started creating policies, started mold eradication, started tearing out bleachers. We did a lot in those first couple months. On June 14th, we started with our first break camp, and the numbers were low, but we did have a couple kids coming out. And we also started our first basketball league. Our grand opening was June 26th. So we were able to create the foundation for our Parks and Recreation Department in 58 days. Our first year, our stats, we had 1,273 participants, and using our fitness and gym offerings, we had 16,313 for that first fiscal year. What comes along with that I don't have stats is the general events that we had, spectators that came and watched their kids play, family support that came. So we don't have a number for that, but we know that that is quite large as well. So moving into our next year, our first year was setting that initial foundation. Our second year was seeing how far we could start taking that. We have created programs for pre-K, which include arts and sports, for our youth, which include arts, performing arts, break camps, and 3 or 4 different sports leagues, basketball twice a year. So we had basketball, soccer, football, I'm missing something, and volleyball. Our adults, we had arts and sports leagues for them, and our seniors, we have had arts classes and social resource opportunities for them. We also started focusing on creating some community and department signature events, as well as helping with events out in the community. And we continue to upgrade the facility with new gym floor, new bleachers, cabinet throughout the facility. Ending that fiscal year, we increased our participation rate 63% with 2,079 participants, 54% with our fitness and gym to 25,183. And again, an unknown number of people that came and supported all of those events. Moving into this fiscal year, we are only 9 months in, so we have 3 months to go. Already, we have surpassed that program participation rate by 5%. So anticipate that being significantly higher as well. Our fitness and gym, We're expecting about a 15% increase over the next 3 months, including the data. And again, unknown number of people that have come in just to participate in events like the De los Muertos event that we did with the city. We're adding those cultural events, we're adding those opportunities for the community to come together. We just recently did a full length Disney play. We had 330 people come in and watch that over 3 days. 12 participants that worked their hearts out and were able to put together a really great performance in just under 2 months. That's just fun because it's always fun to see the kids. So as you can see, our participation growth has had that initial launch up, and then we're starting to level out a little bit, which is normal. We can't keep a 68% increase. It's not realistic. We're hoping to be able to settle in that little 15 to 20, which is pretty much industry standard, and shows that we are getting that support. As it is, we see about almost 3,000 people a month just for our general use. And so we feel that that's a really good representation of what we're trying to accomplish. Let's see. So over this last year, we've had some major project accomplishments. We opened Orchard Lane Park, had a wonderful day of celebration. We're able to present the community with South County's first inclusive playground. We have cameras there so we can check in and see how it is, and it has been heavily and happily used ongoing. We see the parks are filled every nice day. The splash pad, while it's open, which we're getting ready to reopen that for the season, we've had a lot of people out there, really good feedback on that. We also installed field lights at Gallardo Park as well as La Santana Park. Had a great opening for that. It was really great to have our youth soccer league out there under the lights playing. It's a really thrilling time for kids to be able to play in the lights. So who's making that happen? Well, as you can see, the first year, there was 2 full-time people, between 13 to 26 part-time staff. 13 is when it's our lower times, 26 is where we started in during our summer breaks, and then we've also had some part-time instructors. As we grew, that 68% and plus for the programming and such, you can see that we did not grow in our orgs. We did that with our 2 full-time and our 13 to 26 part-time staff. One of the great things about our part-time staff is that they are 100% Solid Ed youth, and their ages 16 to 20, and they are the primary instructors for almost all of our programs. A lot of them, including this gentleman here, wants to be a teacher someday, and we have given him the opportunity to be a teacher, to create a program, to run a class. This year is exciting now because we now have 4 full-time people. We have 2 part-time rec program assistants, and we have 19 to 26 part-time staff, as well as part-time instructors. With the ability to provide more, we're needing that force, and we are definitely having a really great crew that is going to be able to take us continuing forth in those levels. Our team culture. Our team culture is a culture that fosters growth, encourages creativity and leadership, and supports the needs and interests of our staff. My personal philosophy on our team is that I do have a young staff, and so that's just instead of seeing it as a hindrance, it's actually a great opportunity to mentor. A lot of our staff are using this as an opportunity to grow. We give them that opportunity to again expand their abilities, either just working in the facility or running a class. Of the 26 initial hires, we have 5 part-time staff that are still going on to year 3, which if you pay attention to part-time youth staff, that's actually a really great statistic. They're pretty loyal. The ones that have left, they leave with a tear in their eye saying thank you for the opportunity, and it's been a really great relationship that we've been encouraging growth in. And, I mean, we can't do it alone. When we came in, we knew that we wanted to, create as many partnerships as possible, and we worked really hard to do that. We currently have 12, partners that help us with senior services, youth services, special needs, and family services as well. Meals on Wheels has been one of our early on partners that has helped us to provide the monthly SoCo senior lunch, which is a free lunch and resource opportunity for our seniors. We started that with 12 seniors showing up, and now we sit around 40 to 50 every month. We are currently working on building a relationship with 6 additional partners, including the Soledad Family Resource Center, who has a grant and is able to provide some of our programs to their participants, and they are paying for it. So it's been a really great opportunity to be able to expand the ability to provide those services. Another exciting one is the Walking Project. We're gonna be able to take a group, we have a couple different projects, but we're gonna be able to take groups of people over to the ocean. They're gonna be able to surf and spend the day in the water and all of that. So that's gonna be really fun. So our top achievements, I mean, there really are so many. I mean, the fact that we were able to open a department and be able to grow it so vastly has been one of our biggest. Being able to provide employment opportunities for over 50 Soledad youth over the last 3 years. Opening Orchard Lane Park was huge, and as I said, it's well used and it's well appreciated. Increasing program capacity has been ongoing, and upgrading the community center, so that we've had a lot of really great accomplishments, and we have so many more to come. We're in the final phases of working on our master plan. We've really spent a lot of time talking to the community, trying to get a grasp on what the community wants and needs. And so that should be ready to be released hopefully soon. We've launched a capital campaign with a 30-year-old building. There is some growing pains. We're working on a kitchen remodel, and with the kitchen remodel becomes full facility ADA improvements. We're working on a lift for the stage, some stage lighting, that wonderful performance. I would say that the only downside was that the lighting really needed to be fixed a little bit, and this will hopefully help us with that. And thanks to the T-Mobile grant, we're going to be able to start moving forward with some of that. An HVAC upgrade, emergency services upgrades. We have a lot of things that we still have in the books to move forward with. Creating or increasing program opportunities, especially those with our families with special needs. We've made a lot of contacts. We're working with ACE. It's a tennis organization that comes in and provides tennis and social opportunities for families with special needs. Working with San Andreas Regional Center. So we have a lot of things that we're working to build that together with. But we're really wanting to continue those, creating those partnerships, increasing that accessibility, increasing our capacity, and then be able to grow and provide health and wellness opportunities for our community. So with that, it's been a great 3 years, and I think that there's only so much more for us to be able to accomplish. So thank you for your support over the last couple of years, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you so much for providing the slides in advance and just kind of highlighting for us the 3-year kind of, from the beginning to now. It was great to see. Thank you. It was a great presentation. Okay, so let me open it up to the council. And so what I'm going to do is a little bit different, council, for this meeting. I'm going to try it to see how it works, and hopefully it can make our time flow a little bit faster. It's just if you have any questions for Jessica, I'm just going to open it up instead of starting from one side to the other. So if you don't have any questions, you don't have to ask any questions. But at this point, it's questions. If there's any questions for Jessica. Okay, great. Then we have no questions. And so then I don't have to take it out to the public.
Can we
It's just a presentation.
through the chair, can we read comments?
Yeah, I'm going to do comments right now. Yeah, so no questions. So then we'll move on into comments. So comments for Jessica, and then with those, I know probably everybody has them. So let me start over here with Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, I want to thank you for because in all through the presentation, you always have art, culture, performing arts, break camps, and sports. for all the categories, and that is amazing. Because that is one thing that our community needs, and our children in particular, they need a place where they can grow with the intellect, the emotional, social emotions, and all these things that will help with mental health and with what do they call it, social. Oh my God, I forgot that word. It says social health or health. I'll remember it.
Social emotional health.
Social emotional health, yes. And thank you because it's delineating what your purpose is, and I'm very, very proud of you, all the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to echo what Councilmember Cabrera said. This was a really great presentation and it was very aesthetically pleasing as well. It was really nice. So I want to commend you and thank you for the work that you're doing. I think Parks and Recreation is definitely a way for, you know, for the community to access these like intervention and prevention programs and resources for our public safety as well. So that's something that I think is really great. And yeah, again, just thank you so much to you and to your staff.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, just wanted to, thank you, you know, I remember when they first, when we first opened the community center, and I remember being out there because my daughter had been asked to come out on the video. That the now, I believe, had done back then, but just to see from that first day, like all the excitement of all the people that were there coming out on the video to where we're at now, and we had no questions because there was so much information on here, so that was great. I just wanted to thank you for what it's called, honestly, for your leadership, because I'm sure it hasn't been easy. You have been so adaptable. You have led your staff, and I see your staff over here in agreement. And I know it's not easy dealing, you know, with so many young ones. Sometimes you're probably having to teach them customer service, eye contact, like basic things that people that are a little bit older and more experienced in the workforce already know. So thank you for that. And I know just from seeing here the range on the spectrum of things when it comes to, you know, the ages, the physical abilities, the mental abilities, the resources, and it's just all over the place in a very good way. So just want to appreciate, let you know that I appreciate your leadership and your staff, and I can't wait to see what the next 3 years bring. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for me, the same, Jessica. Thank you so much. And you've done an amazing job in terms of your leadership. But I just want to say thank you to this young man that's over there smiling, because I know I go to the gym, and I know he always, you know, one of the things that customer service is really critical. So I'm always welcome with a smile. I'm always, you know, motivated, even though, you know, I don't want to go in there, and, you know, so I know he's always, you know, when I get to see him, it's always a treat, because he's always just, you know, just an exemplary of what our youth and the caliber of our youth here in Soledad. So thank you for that. You know, I just want to just make a couple of comments, but I know I was sitting, and I think I'm the only one that was sitting on the council back in 2020 when we were in a pandemic. We're in a worldwide pandemic. And we went out to the public to ask for a passable measure of a sales tax. And it was to be able to transition to having our own recreation department. And there was a lot of discussion, and I know for me, it was really tough because we had a lot of our family members that were really financially hurting during that pandemic time, but we put it on the ballot, and I was just really surprised that the voters voted for it. And you know, for me, it's a testament to our residents in the city of Soledad that anything that has to do with children, youth, and our public safety, it's always been approved. And it's not the same for other communities, but in our community, we do have a culture of the importance of really investing in our youth. And I think, you know, even after we had the sales tax, even after the measure was approved, it's coming back and having a dialogue. And I remember the tough conversations about, is this really going to work? You know, now we have our own recreation department. Now we're going to absorb all the costs. Now we're going to, you know, so there was some, you know, just concerns about it. And then, as you said, it was, you know, it was just started in a matter of months. And so offering services to our community, and then to see the 3-year projection of where you've been and what we've been able to do, and obviously with your leadership and the team and staff. And I think, you know, it involves everybody, right? Because it's a partnership and it's a collaborative effort. So I just want to commend you. You know, I thank you also for really being able to bring in those services that provide service to our families with disabilities as well, to be able to include them, to be able to know that, you know, autism is on the rise in many of our communities, and that you're working to try to figure out how do we make sure that we really are all inclusive, and not just that we say we are, but we're providing in everything that we do, we're being all inclusive. So thank you for that. And I just want to say thank you for growing the social. I remember the so-called socials with Meals on Wheels, and, you know, having a couple of seniors and seeing that expansion is amazing. So thank you. And I know during that time, it was critical for us because during the pandemic, our seniors were experiencing a lot of isolation. So this really supported them. And then I just wanted, my last comment is, I went to go see the Aristocats, and I was just blown away by the performance and the talent that we have locally. So thank you for bringing that performance arts here. I know it's something that's near and dear to my heart, because our kids are so talented and they deserve just some of those same opportunities that you see in other communities. So thank you for your continuing leadership in bringing in all those resources that our community deserves. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing my team. I'll definitely spell that.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next. We'll move on to our next presentation. And it's a presentation by Townsend Public Affairs, presentation regarding legislative and grant opportunities for the city of Soledad. You have the attachments, the report in your packet. So I will turn this over to Andres Ramirez, who is joining us virtually. Andres, can you?
Yes, are you all able to hear me?
Yes, now we are.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I believe I should have some screen sharing abilities, and if so, I'm going to share my screen. That way we can just all follow along presentation.
Okay, we're working on that. There you go.
Are you able to see that?
Yep.
Okay, let's now bring this, see if we can start this. Okay. Well, for now, I'll just go through here. Okay. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Andres Ramirez with Townsend Public Affairs. Here also joined by my colleague, Anastasia Heaton, who, I don't believe she's been promoted. There she is. Okay, wonderful. We are going to go over some updates with regards to the 2024 legislative session, advocacy thus far, some additional advocacy to come, and then my colleague Anastasia will speak to grant opportunities and grants we have gone after for the city. I will try to keep this relatively high level and brief because I know you have a packed agenda and I want to leave some room for questions. But with that, let's get started. So first of all, a little bit of an overview of the legislative calendar for the next couple of months here in Sacramento. The legislature just finished the House of Origin Committee deadline. So anything that was introduced in the Assembly needed to pass through its Assembly policy committees. Anything that hasn't passed, it's effectively not moving at this point. So now the next steps would be the Appropriations or Fiscal Committee, which, as I note here, will be May 17th would be the last day that any bills can pass out of the Appropriations Committee, which weighs their fiscal merits and fiscal impact to the state. Also in mid-May, the governor will be releasing his May budget revision, which will be based on new revenues collected by the Franchise Tax Board. So this will really help give us a better sense of the fiscal situation that the state is facing. As you may know, right now the state is looking at a significant budget deficit. Their estimates from the LAO range from $50 to $70 billion deficit. But May 10th will be telling on what that deficit or budget situation looks like. Then June 15th, the main budget bill needs to be passed by midnight. There will be a number of subsequent budget bills called trailer bills or budget bill juniors that actually spell out the detail of the state's budget that follow the months to come after June 15th. And then July 3rd will be the last day for any policy committees to meet and vote on bills. And then the legislature right after that will go on a month recess and then return for the last bit of the year's session. So just briefly, I want to give a recap at a high level of a couple of meetings we had in Sacramento on April 17th. Both the mayor and council member Cabrera were here for the Cal Cities City Leaders Summit. Obviously, there were a number of sessions that happened to coincide with that. So while we didn't have time for a fully packed day of meetings, we made the best with the time we had. Two of the meetings, one was with the speaker's consultant on public safety. This was an important one because that person serves as the speaker's lead advisor on all issues related to public safety reform, retail theft, things like that. Therefore, his advice really sort of frames the narrative and efforts around public safety politics for the assembly as a whole. We had a really good meeting with him. Our initial focus was really on introducing the city of Soledad, the community demographics, and explaining from the city's perspective the effects that crime, theft, and so on has had on residents, businesses, the communities, and issues that Soledad deals with. So we also discussed priority legislation for the speaker and how we can support those efforts. Additionally, we met with the chief advisor on housing to Assemblymember Buffy Wicks. As some of you may know, she used to be the chair of the Assembly Housing Committee. She is now in even more of a leadership role, serving as the chair of the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Again, initial focus was introducing the city of Soledad to her chief advisor, community demographics, and explaining housing and community development needs that Soledad is facing. Talked about a lot how, the city is really poised for growth, is growing, but there, along with that comes some challenges with development, especially affordable housing, and make sure that residents are not being displaced. We discussed tactics on how we can help get the housing bond passed. That bill is a bill by Assemblymember Wicks. The city has a formal support position on. And then we also made sure to share which funding pots in that potential bond are most important to a more rural community like Soledad, express the need to keep rural carve-outs and farm worker set-asides in that bond language. So next, just a little bit of highlight on some recent work. On behalf of the city, we submitted state budget earmark requests to both Senator Caballero and Speaker Rivas's office, your state legislative delegation. Also submitted requests for federal appropriations to Senators Padilla and Butler. And then a lot of credit to the city manager, who worked really diligently to submit some requests to Congresswoman Lofgren's office. And we coordinated to make sure that our team in Washington, D.C. has engaged and follow up with the Congresswoman's legislative director over in D.C. and being there to support along the way and advocate for the city's priority project funding. Thus far in the state legislative session, we've taken formal positions, written letters, submitted to committees and the legislative delegation, and followed up in committee hearings on 4 bills. We plan to take positions and advocate on a number of additional bills that could impact the city this year. And we're constantly evaluating the universe of bills and potential impacts to the city, both positive and negative. And as I mentioned, that appropriations deadline that is coming up will really kind of narrow down the amount of bills that are in the legislative universe, because anything with a significant fiscal impact this year is going to have quite a bit of trouble moving along in the process. Last year, just for comparison, in total, we took a formal position and advocated on 8 separate policy bills. And then, of course, we continue to send frequent communications on legislation, regulatory affairs, budget updates, and grant funding opportunities to the city. And then this will be my last slide before I hand it over to my colleague, Anastasia. Just coming up, a couple of major items for situational awareness. November is going to present a number of initiatives and measures for voters to consider. Many of which have come from legislative action, or some will be coming from potential legislative action, and then some from signature gathering. So, statewide ballot initiatives, we have the Taxpayer Protection Act, which some of you may have heard of, effectively making it more difficult for local agencies and local governments to pass revenue measures. Also of concern, it is retroactive. So if anything was passed after January 1st of 2022, it would have to go back to the voters with new thresholds and new requirements. In direct response to that, the legislature passed ACA 13, which then says that bill or that act, the Taxpayer Protection Act, would also have to pass itself by a 2/3 supermajority. And then we have ACA 1, which was a great measure that makes it easier to pass local revenue measures, specifically for the purposes of affordable housing and public infrastructure, something that folks are always looking for funding for, something that's beneficial to communities as a whole. And then with regard to potential statewide bonds, there are three main ones that the legislature and governor's office are heavily considering: climate bond, housing bond, school facilities bond. They're all kind of competing for a pool of money, bonding capacity that the state has, which ranges from maybe $15 to $19 billion. So it's really kind of who has the sharpest elbows at the table right now. Again, the city has formally supported the housing bond thus far, because there's currently no more money for any sort of housing programs in the state budget in out years. Lastly, I just wanted to mention a couple of things I have discussed with mayor, city manager, and others. One of the things that we would suggest as your advocates moving forward, and this is something we can continue on in subsequent council meetings to talk about, is the creation of a sort of ad hoc legislative subcommittee that would meet on a regular basis while the legislature is actually in session. Purpose of doing so is to be able to better evaluate and respond to legislation. As you all know, the legislative process, especially in Sacramento, it's extremely dynamic. Bills constantly get amended from their original forms. So just having some sort of a consistent cadence in which a subset of the city council meets with myself, for example, to be able to evaluate bills as they come up that might impact the city could be really beneficial. And that's something that I, as your advocate, would be able to help create a framework on, kind of explaining how the city can proceed with this process, including like the cadence, the show flow, and procedures that need to happen in order to establish a subcommittee. The last thing I'll touch on is just scheduling trips to the capitals, whether that be Sacramento or DC, with council members and perhaps some city staff to meet with legislators, something separate from the standard conferences. For example, Cal Cities has their great conferences, National League of Cities or US Conference of Mayors has theirs in DC. While those are great opportunities, and we've been able to take advantage of that with the mayor and council member Cabrera recently being here, doing something separately really would help the city of Soledad, separate themselves from the pack, demonstrate a commitment to really being part of and influencing policy outcomes in Sacramento and DC, and then helps drive action on items of importance to the city, whether that be funding requests for priority projects, maybe grants we're going after where we can talk to some of the administrative leads at departments or agencies, and then also, socializing the city's needs with folks that are outside of your direct legislative delegation. Those are all things we can do to really position the city as more of a major player in the policy conversation world. With that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Anastasia to talk about grants.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anastasia Heaton, and I operate as your main grants point of contact with Townsend Public Affairs. The following slides are just a brief summary on our grant activity the last 2 years. This slide is a snapshot of our efforts in 2023 alongside staff. We had 2 successfully awarded grants, 3 unawarded grants, and 1 ongoing grant in review. which puts us at currently a 40% success rate for all 2023 grant applications with one pending. Typically cities often are at the 10 to 15% range. So this is actually quite an exceptional track record. And I think it's a testimony to your staff's efforts to do community-driven, outreach-oriented projects, and also the state's efforts, state and federal efforts to direct funding to rural disadvantaged communities like your own. Looking ahead in 2024, if we can jump to the next slide, we currently have $3.3 million in pending grant applications, with one currently unawarded being the youth internship program, where we only saw 8 awards statewide. We are quite optimistic about the outcomes of several of these grants. We've debriefed several applications from the past with agencies and have doubled our efforts down to make sure they're competitive. If you could go over to the next slide as well. And then these are our current applications in progress to be submitted in the next couple of months or so. The Safe Streets and Roads for All and Integrated Climate Adaptation Planning Grant will both be submitted in May. And the following 3 are in the works to be submitted in June of this year. And then these are lastly some upcoming opportunities that are coming up as well. We are in talks with staff to begin preparing applications for some of these programs as well, as soon as the application guidelines are released and we begin seeing the programs hit the ground. Hopefully that provides a brief summary to all of you. Thank you for your time this evening. We're happy to answer any questions you may have on either the state and federal legislative process or grants as well.
Thank you, Andres, and thank you, Anastasia, as well. I think it's really critical. So thank you for being able to provide all of the work that's been done, and then what the future workload looks for in terms of some of the legislative and also some of the grant activities. So thank you for that. So let me open it up for questions. If any of the council has questions for you, do we have any questions first, and then we do comments at the end?
Yes, thank you both for that presentation. I did step out for a second, so I'm not sure if I missed this, but is there any legislation at all that you saw with regards to AI? I know it's kind of starting to have like a negative impact a little bit. Also just in technology, like when it comes to hackers, and we see how they're impacting businesses. Is that something that maybe has been touched on by legislators?
Yes, I'm happy to address that, and thank you for the question. Artificial intelligence is something that's certainly on legislators' minds in Sacramento and in DC. I will note there are a couple of bills out there that deal with AI. One of which I can think of off the top of my head that is directly related to local governments, and I'd be happy to share more information on that bill with council and the city manager. The bill's number, I believe, is SB 915, and it's a bill by Senator Dave Cortese, who represents the San Jose area, and he's also the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee. And essentially what it does is it allows local jurisdictions like cities to establish their own ordinances, basically creating a process for autonomous vehicle ride shares and not just allowing them, statewide. So you would have more local control and jurisdiction over autonomous vehicles running throughout the city. That's something that a lot of cities are being supportive of at the moment. In terms of other AI-related legislation, nothing that directly impacts city functionality, city government, but there are a number of bills related to artificial intelligence, specifically around the safety of individuals and their identities online. So there's a lot of conversation around what they call deep fakes, and people's faces or bodies being used and then manipulated so that there's fake images out on the internet. That's something that's been, highly discussed. There's a couple pieces of legislation on that in the state legislature moving right now. So again, not something that directly impacts the cities, but for overall, I guess, the public's well-being, it is something that's highly considered. And I'd be happy to compile a high level list of AI related legislation that I can pass along to the city manager to then distribute if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
If I could chime in very briefly on the grant funding angle for cybersecurity and AI regulation, there is an upcoming grant program through Cal OES to provide funding to local public agencies for developing cybersecurity plans and other cybersecurity methods. It's currently pending federal approval and should be approved in the next 12 months or so. So that is a grant program we're monitoring closely with staff as soon as it is released.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on. Do you have any other questions?
No, I can't.
Any other questions?
I do
Councilmember
have one,
Cabrera?
Anastasia. I was wondering, we have a small museum, and they mentioned that there is a grant for small museums. Do you know anything about it? About any grant?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. The Premier, there's actually a couple options right now for museums. The Premier Museum Grant on the state level is quite literally called the Museum Grant Program. It's funded through the Snoopy license plate sales. That one is actually currently open with an upcoming deadline. I believe it's at the end of May. So that one will fund large and small museums alike, and they also tier their scoring so that little museums aren't going up against these major institutions in our state. So that's a fantastic funding option for museums to provide facilities improvements, ADA accessibility improvements, programming and other options. If they have any arts programming scope, 2 days ago, the California Arts Council also released 7 additional public arts funding programs that they could also potentially leverage.
Do we need anything if we would like to apply for that, or just?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm meeting with staff later this week on grant opportunities, so we'll begin to get the ball rolling on that one as well.
And Anastasia will also connect you to the appropriate representative from the museum who
Absolutely.
can give you all that information on what you need for the grant application. So I just want to, thank you for that. Thank you. Any additional questions, Councilmember?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either, so let's go into our comments, if we have any comments. And I will start with Council Pro Tem Corralejo.
And I actually don't have any comments, just thank you for the work that they have done so far with the 2 grants that they were gonna help us secure.
All right, my next, yeah.
Yes.
Again, thank you. I would like to hopefully see in the future considerations for more grants to support our local seniors out in the campaign trail. That was a major issue, I think, for our senior community, and I saw that we were not awarded some of those senior grants. So hopefully, there's more opportunity there. And I also want to echo what Councilmember Cabrera mentioned about the small museum grants, and hopefully that gets to be something that we can be considered for, because our museum's doing really well, and I really hope that it's able to continue growing. Thank you.
My comment is just thank you for the help for taking us to those meetings. It was fantastic having you with us. And also just to follow up with the artificial intelligence, at that conference we had one presentation, but it was mostly about that, about CDS specific, nothing. But I was reading in the news that it starts to affect certain tech companies in certain levels in job losing employees, but not so much that it's a concern right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. And I just want to say again as well, echo, thank you, Andres, for taking the time to really make sure that we had those critical meetings, especially on public safety and housing. I really appreciate that. And I just want to make a couple of comments in terms of, the contract that we have with Townsend is for $30,000, and we received $270,967 in awards and grant awards. So just for our community to see why we have the contract with Townsend, because it does support and provide provides the grant agreement side that we need because we, as Anastasia said, it's really hard sometimes to compete with some of the bigger cities. And we don't necessarily have the staff that can do all this because they're doing all the other great work that's being done in the city. So being able to contract, I think it's really important for our community to know that out of that, allocation of 30,000, what's been brought in, at least the last year is pretty significant in terms of giving back to our communities. And then I also want to let this, because I know we have new council members, but we did develop as a council a legislative platform. And so based on that legislative platform, Megan, can we resend it to everyone? So everybody has it, because based on that legislative platform is how we really look at letters of support that we are sending or opposing based on the legislation. And also it has to align with, what we have in the legislative platform. So I know that's something that as a council, we do. I don't remember, I think it was about a year ago or maybe longer. So I think it's time for us council to be able to come back and look at those legislative platforms and include, I don't know if the museum is included in that, but that would be great, right? Because it's something that we need. And looking at what are some of the other things that we've seen that we need to include as part of our legislative platform. So I think it's important to be able to know what it is currently, and then how do we update it and modify it. My hope was that we do that every year or every 2 years. So we have an updated platform that we utilize. And I just, again, just thank you. For me, is we've done a lot. Andres, you helped us a lot on the legislation, especially this Taxpayer Protection Act. The city has taken a position of opposition because it'll affect a lot of our public services, right? A lot of what we provide to our residents. So I think it's really important that we as cities really take position on this, and that we as a council understand what that means for our residents and the reduction of those sales tax that is going to be really, really critical to our communities. And then just in terms of, you were talking about, Andres, in terms of leadership at the state level. And I don't know if I've shared this with the council, but obviously I work for State Senator Ana Caballero, and the senator has taken a really major leadership role in the Senate as well as the chair of appropriation. So, she'll be impacted these next couple of, weeks, really going through all of the bills that are coming forward and making sure, especially given the deficit of the state, how those bills are going to move forward in the process. So thank you both, Anastasia. Thank you, Andres, for the great work and supporting our city and our residents to continue to make sure that we have access to these grants. And the art one is something that I know we've been looking at more in terms of getting more of those dollars to our city. So thank you for highlighting that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. We appreciate the ongoing partnership, and we look forward to a lot of success as we continue to move forward.
Great. Thank you.
Everyone.
Okay, so and just to clarify, Megan, I know Andres provides, I think on a weekly basis, provides all of us. We all get a memo that has all of the legislative priorities, or all of, for federal and for the state, all of the legislative process and bills that are coming through. And so I just want to make sure everybody is getting them, first of all, and then make sure that you're reviewing it. I know it's a lot of information, but Andres does a really great job of really putting all of that information in those documents for us.
Yeah, I think they come monthly, but I'll make sure.
Monthly.
Yeah, I'll make sure they get to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to our next item on our agenda. And at this time, now we go into our consent calendar. And so at this time, let me ask any members of the public. We have 17 items in our consent calendar. So do we have any members of the public that want to pull an item from our consent calendar for either discussion or comment? Okay, I see none. Then any members of the council that wish to pull an item from the consent calendar for
Yes. I would like to pull C13. And I would like to pull C12.
In C12?
Yes.
I would like to also pull 13 and 15.
Okay, so that's been pulled already. Okay. And I want to make a comment on 15. It's been pulled already, and also on 12, and it's been pulled already, but I just want to make comments on those as well. Okay, so council with that,
I just wanted to clarify, on item number 11, that we're asking that the state resolution also be approved.
yes, thank you for that. So we did have that correction. So with that one, it's a state resolution being approved for the pro-housing designation program application to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Okay, perfect. So that's added into the record. Council members, so with that, then I entertain a motion to approve all other items on our consent calendar with the exception of 12, 13, and 15. So
Aye.
moved.
I will second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries. So we'll start with item 12 and Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, just for item number 12, I just have a comment. I think my comment's gonna be similar to 13, but for 12, just maybe like on the future, some sort of presentation. I think since I am a new council member, I would like to see a presentation regarding the storm drain impact study and going a little bit more depth. I mean, obviously can look at it, but I think I would appreciate some more context. That's all I need.
Okay. And I think Mayor Pro Tem, you didn't pull this one, right? You didn't want to
No.
comment on this one?
No.
Okay. So I wanted to comment on this one as well. And my comment also is, thank you. I know that this is a project that obviously we've been working on for decades, it seems, and it's finally coming to fruition. But I also want to make sure, like especially on these type of projects that include a lot of technical items that are that we also be able to provide that to our community members. And I think for me, I just want if we can have a quick explanation, because on the storm drain impacts, and I know that there was a lot of concerns about San Vicente and the flooding down San Vicente, and making sure that as we're augmenting and increasing our footprint, and especially our infrastructure and housing, that there isn't going to be any of those impacts. So I just want to make sure our community understands that there's a lot of measures that are being taken. I know that, and reading the report, there was a 2015 environmental report that was completed, but there was updates to that, to some of those technical pieces that can show that we're going to be okay in 100-year flooding, right? If that happens with additional construction of the 250 acres as part of the Miramonte. So can I just have someone just provide that a better explanation than I can in terms of what are some of those measures that we're implementing as part of this storm drain impact study?
I'm gonna defer to Don, but I will mention that we are in conversation with Braga Farms because we have a current condition that is an issue that is kind of separate from this, but we are going to be coming back to council with a recommendation on how to handle that, but I'll turn it over to Don.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and City Manager. As Megan mentioned, we met with Braga Farms, the City Manager and myself, to discuss their issues as well as look at the city's issues on top of San Vicente. And that's not anything really related to the item tonight, because the item tonight is for future Miramonte stormwater. improvements. They're gonna help the San Vicente situation as well as the Braga flooding, but, really what we need to address that is an update to the 2015 storm drain master plan that you mentioned earlier. We do have a presentation ready and the consultant on hand to make that presentation tonight, but it's gonna be, in order to be effective, it's a long presentation, it's 15, 20 minutes. With the agenda tonight, we thought about, does council have an appetite for that tonight or future, or we can email it to you, put it on our website, things of that nature.
Yeah, so Don, I just have a question, and thank you for explaining that it's gonna take longer. Is there an urgency for us to approve this, or can we bring it back for another for another meeting to be able to agendize it so we can have a presentation?
I think it's essential to move quickly for the developers' progress.
I think the other challenge we have, Mayor, I'm sorry I interrupted, but is that we have many full agendas. The next agenda is just gonna be as full, and then we're getting into the budgetary timing. So looking ahead till the end of the fiscal year, we're gonna have basically every agenda is gonna look like this one moving forward, so.
No, and thank you, and I appreciate that. I think for me only, that's a massive development. It's over 40% of our current footprint. So I think especially for allowing our community to really understand what some of some of the major components that take for the city to be able to move forward with this development and the infrastructure, especially given, I know it's separate, but it's a storm drain system, right? And if we don't get it right, then the flooding that we see in San Vicente is gonna continue right in other streets. So I think that's my only concern, is to make sure, like anything, Megan, having to do with Miramonte, especially some of the bigger context items that are very technical. I think it's important for our community to be informed of what it takes to be able to make the development come to fruition.
And as the city manager mentioned, these presentations are available, but with our council meeting agendas so full, we did do the one for Miramonte Water and Sewer a couple months ago, and that was 20 or 30 minutes, which we can post that as well and hand that out.
What I might suggest, if the council's inclined, we could ask the consultant to do a presentation over Zoom that we could post as a video that would be available to the community. And then maybe we could come back to do an overall update of where we are on Miramonte, because I know there's a lot of moving parts, and it might not just be the storm drain, but just kind of the overall infrastructure plan. And we could also make the consultant available to answer questions, or as Dawn said, we could do it tonight too, if that's your preference.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a preference of the council to do that, because I know we have some heavy agenda items under the business that we want to get to and allow for a full discussion while we have the public with us. So I'm okay. I think I like your option of having the consultant do a video to really explain. I think for me, it's making sure that our residents understand as well, because this is a major project, and I know that, we want to rush things along, and I know that it's been forever, but I also want to make sure that our public is also part of the process, because it is a massive, major development for us in the future.
And we kind of have this similar situation on the next item that got pulled on the traffic speed limit study. We have a consultant ready too, but it's going to take quite a while. So we could follow that same format, do a video and post that online, or make that presentation, whatever.
Okay, so
preferences.
Okay, so let me defer to Councilmember Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez, as he pulled it first. So if there's any questions that he has on that item.
Yeah, so for that item, I did ask Megan some questions, I think on Monday, but I will say it for the public record. I was concerned with the amount of speed that's allowed and what that means. So we can just have that for public record on why we came to that speed. And I'm saying that because I had concerns with specifically San Vicente Road, an increase in speed because of the intersection on San Vicente Road and Gavilan being issue for traffic, in the mornings and in the evenings when people are going to and from work. Especially also increasing, speed limit right next to a public park, I think is, some areas of concern. And so I wanted, that to kind of be talked about and the reason behind why that was, it's allowed, I guess, to be increased.
Okay, and for that, we have Leo Trujillo, our contract traffic engineer. I'm a civil engineer. This is a traffic engineering thing, so it's better to defer to Leo.
So just for clarity, we've moved from item 12 to 13, is that?
Yes,
okay.
yeah. So for item 12, just for clarity, what we're gonna do is the consultant's gonna prepare a video that provides an explanation of what they're doing with some of the slides, and we'll post that for our residents and for our council.
Can I ask Mike a quick question? When we do consent items, and we pull them as council, do we have to go to the public or no?
Yeah, actually, the public has the right to speak. So when you pull the item for consent, the public does have a right to speak on the issue.
Should we go back to the
Oh,
public?
okay. So for each one, I have to go back out to the public.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we haven't been doing it on that manner, I think.
Well, it depends, like, so sometimes if we just pull and somebody just has a simple question, then there's no need for it to go out to the public. But when we're sort of discussing it in broader terms, it probably makes sense to make sure that the public doesn't have any comments.
Okay, so before we go, sorry, Don, before we go then on to 13, then let me just take it out to the public to see if there's any members of the public that have any questions or any on the discussion that we're having regarding item 12 under the consent calendar, which is a resolution number 6074. Okay, I see none, so I will close the public comment on 12, and then we'll take it back to we'll move it to 13, and I'll take it back to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, and then my second question was if there is a timeframe that this would need to be approved by.
Okay, we'll cover both of them. Both Deputy Chief is here as well as Leo Trujillo, our traffic engineer. Leo, were you able to hear the first and second question to prepare a response?
Coming on, so there was an interruption there. So what were the question? Sorry.
So my first question was basically why the increase in speed, that the amount, I guess, why it's allowed and like kind of the legality of it was my first question. And my second question is if there is a specific time frame that this needs to be approved by.
And that was for San Vicente specifically.
But basically, yeah, for San Vicente specifically, because it's next to a park, it impedes traffic at times. So if we're increasing it, I just feel that it might be a safety issue. So I want to know why it's allowed, I guess. I don't know if I'm framing that correctly, but if you could touch on that, please.
Sure. Okay. So the speed limits are basically set by the regulations of the California Vehicle Code. And the speed is based on the 85th percentile of what is actually collected in the field. So we collected new data for all the street segments that we analyzed. And the 85th percentile on San Vicente Road north of Gavilan was actually exactly 45 miles an hour. Now, the California Vehicle Code does allow for a reduction in speed in up to 5 miles an hour if one of 3 criteria are met. And in this segment of San Vicente, none of those 3 criteria applied. So we were not able to reduce the speed, the 85th percentile speed that was recorded during the data collection. Those 3 criteria are, one is pedestrian safety. You know, if there's a lot of pedestrian activity crossing the road. In this location, we collected traffic counts. And over the entire period that we collected traffic counts for, there was only 1 pedestrian crossing the intersection. So again, there's very, very low traffic at that location, or pedestrian traffic at that location. The other criteria is residential, right? So we do have residential on the east side. However, there are no driveways fronting San Vicente Road. So again, that criteria doesn't apply. On the west side of San Vicente, we have no development, right? It's just agricultural fields. So again, that criteria does not apply. Let me see. I'm going off the top of my head here. I can't recall what the 3rd criteria is, but that didn't apply in this location either. So that's the reason why we were not able to reduce the speed back to 40 miles an hour and match the existing condition. Now, I should mention that we recently also conducted an always stop warrant analysis at the intersection of San Vicente and Gavilan. And we found that the warrants are met. So that intersection will be converted to always stop soon. And so that should alleviate the concern about, people driving fast through that intersection, because now it's going to be always stop.
So clarifying question, we're going to now have a stop added there?
We have a stop sign,
A
and
stop
we have a
sign.
presentation for the stop warrants at several intersections throughout the city.
Okay.
Coming in future agenda items.
Okay, and then another clarifying question, when this study was done, what time did we do that study? Because I'm very surprised that there was one pedestrian. I think people cross that all the
So-
time.
Yeah, the data was collected between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. So it's supposed to be, again, by California Vehicle Code requirements, it's supposed to be collected during off-peak hours. So peak hours are from 7 to 9 a.m. and from 4 to 6 p.m. So the data is typically collected in between those hours. You also don't want to collect the data in the nighttime, right? People drive differently at night, usually drive slower. The data is supposed to be collected during good weather conditions, sunny, not stormy, rainy weather, because again, people tend to drive differently in rainy weather. So it was collected during 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on a typical weekday.
Then my final question, so when we're doing these sort of tests and studies, and if somebody's going like extremely fast, for example, that's counted even if it's above the speed limit?
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing you, sorry.
Yeah. So when the data is collected, say for example, someone's going like crazy fast, 70 miles per hour, that's still considered even if it's above the speed limit?
Yes, all the data is collected and considered, yes.
All right, thank you, those are all my questions.
So to reiterate, what data is collected, all the speeds of all the cars, they land on the 85%. So yeah, some are going faster, some are going slower. And that's to keep traffic moving as well as provide safety.
Thank you, Council, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo, you have some comments?
I'm sorry, but you had a second question, right? Is there a need to adopt?
Yes, that was my second question.
Time frame. The sooner the better. These studies do expire. So to be enforceable, we need
They've
to,
expired.
they have expired.
So we need to do it ASAP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So, I did have, what's it called, a comment that I wanted to make, and then also a question, and I will try to, make it quick. So my concern is pretty similar to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez. And I was thinking more about the 3rd Street and Mets Road areas. It says, Mets, was it east to Orchard, I believe, and Orchard to Tiburon. And part of my concern is that there's 2 parks. I believe there's the Little League Park, there's the baseball park, thank you, yes. And then we have, I believe, 2, possibly even 3 schools, but 2 elementary schools for sure. So we have children walking. We have, unfortunately, some children unfortunately have accidents, being hit by child versus vehicle accidents, and those are always very upsetting, I think, to all of us as a community, not just to the parents of the child. And so when I'm looking at this information on the table 1 collision rates, it does show that these areas have a higher collision rate than the state average. So to me, I really have almost, I guess my conscience is really bothering me to raise the speed limit where we have schools and where we have these parks, and where we have had children, have accidents before and be hit. And so the question, I reached out to Megan, and I just wanted to put it out there for the public, because I know when this does happen, of course, and rightly so, the public gets in an uproar. And so my thing was, I would vote no on this item. However, I was told, and I just want to clarify for the public, and I guess this is my question, that we have to, push this through, because if we don't push it through, then our police department cannot enforce traffic or speeding violations. And so I just want to ask that question for myself and also for the public.
And I'll defer to Leo or Mike on enforcement, and then if the courts enforce it, that's something Leo should best explain. Or the secretary.
Mayor, council, so with this speed survey, so we need it for the court, we have to have a judge certify us so we can use our enforcement. And when we're using enforcement, right now for traffic, we have to use our cars. It's called a bumper pace, we have to follow a car. With this getting through with our speed surveys and all that, our traffic units can use their radar, can use their LiDAR, and that's a huge benefit to us because we can be, you know, way down the street, we can track these vehicles, and it's more effective than a bumper pace, because a bumper pace we have to do for miles. We don't have miles here, so effectively we're doing nothing. We're behind a speeding vehicle, but you know, for the court to say, oh, hey, this is good, because the courts know what we can enforce and can't. The traffic court is well versed on that. And we actually take this into the court and we have a judge certified and go, Soledad is set and we're good for how long our study goes through. So, and with the San Vicente, we have the same concerns, and we work very close with all the folks. With the stop sign coming into play, that mitigates a lot of it because the traffic backs up, slows it down. But at the same time, rest assured, we're gonna be on outreach, education, enforcement, in that order. And you'll see us out there, and we're gonna be doing it with all the changes that have been proposed, because there are positive changes. And with the schools, we're still in school district speed limits. So we'll still handle that. And on Metz Road, it's still good because we narrow in there. So most of the folks are good coming towards the schools. Most of our speeders are going out. So we watch that, but it's something we really need to get into the court so we can effectively have our traffic units do what it is you want them to do.
So just to clarify, Deputy Chief, thank you for that. So just to clarify then, when children are at school, that 25-mile-per-hour zone is still in effect?
Absolutely.
Okay, and there's nothing we could do similar for our parks, because I know children are running back and forth going from one park to another, especially during baseball season and practice.
And that falls under different guidelines than our school districts.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair. I was wondering if, I know most people don't follow that, but I was wondering if it's possible to put radar check or something, one of those messages that we are using a radar to check the speed in the area so that we can have another layer of prevention.
Sure, we can put those up. We have a radar trailer. Unfortunately, it's not functioning, so we're waiting for some grant cycles so we can get the new one that we used to deploy out there. I'm sure we can work on some signs. For us, we're not required to put that up, but it would help. But I mean, our officers, the traffic unit that's trained to do that stuff, any street that's certified for that, they can just set up, and it's one of those, they'll do some education, but they're gonna do some enforcement, and it doesn't take but a couple traffic stops and they know we're back to utilizing the equipment that we have.
Through the chair, sorry, I have one quick question, just final question about this. Does anyone know how far from a school, yes.
Let's say that.
I'll try, because I do not know how to ask it the first time. Okay, does anyone know up to like the length of which, how much the school speed limit covers, like a mile from the school?
Okay,
how much?
Okay, so we'll use Metz Road as our map. So all the traffic coming in from the county, I think we're 35 going in front of the winery. It'll reduce up to Hartnell. They'll get to the stop sign and it moves into the 25-mile-an-hour zone. Because the college doesn't fall into that. The elementary schools do. So our slowdown is going to start at the entrance of the city using that. And we're putting signs up, and we did go out there and figure where we need signs, and it'll reduce going in.
Got it. So it should cover all the schools, since they are.
Absolutely.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank
I meant
you.
parks, not schools, but yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I also had wanted to comment on this one. So there's been a lot of comments, I think, for future, and I know, Megan, I know this isn't probably, I think for me, I would have wanted to see this, to pull it, maybe we should have pulled it and put it under a new business item, even though we were, impacted. because we've gone through a whole extensive streetscape projects. We've gone through the community, we've asked for, we've had a whole year of meeting with the community, doing a lot of the safe routes to school, surveys, feedback. And so we heard a lot about some of the speed limits, right? So I think for me, it's just, unfortunate, but I think what I would like to ask the staff is, in these kind of things, I know it's augmenting and impacting, we're already, and, it already expired, right? But I also want to make sure that our public has the opportunity to come and hear and be aware of these changes that are going to be significant. I know it's a 5 increment of, 5 miles, but even that is still impactful, right? Especially in some of these streets that are already impacted. So I think for me, for future, is just making sure that these kind of items don't come through a consent item, but we really give the public that opportunity to come and make them aware, right, DC, because they're going to be impacted, and we want them to know we're not just putting up more enforcement signs, but it's based on data. It's based on this 10-year, survey that needs to happen, because we need that in terms of making sure that our streets are safe, right? And that kind of pairs with the whole year that we've been doing with Safe Routes to School, and all of those residents that participated and were part of that are not here, to be able to hear the discussion. So for me, just want to make those comments, that for future is more, I'm not going to pull it to or table it anymore, because I don't think we've already had an extensive discussion on it. But for future, I would really appreciate that to come as a business item.
Through the chair, we actually did have a community meeting regarding it. I think, Don, you were there.
Yes.
What was the date? April.
What's it, April?
I forgot the
There-
date. Somewhere.
Yeah.
And it included this information?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything about traffic.
Perfect. Okay,
And
good. I
Leo's
wasn't
review
there
in
then.
there.
We
Yeah.
actually argue a lot about those 5 miles.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that, because I think for me, and I didn't participate in those meetings, but I'm glad to hear that this was part of those discussions with the Safe Routes to School and all of those meetings that we were having, because I think it's important for our community to know. So, so Metz Road is my only issue, because I know that people fly through there. I grew up in Metz Road. My mom still lives off of Metz Road. And it's especially with the college being there now, people are like speeding through there. And so,
Well, as a group, Metz Road was our first target zone. When we came together as a group, that was our first out of the gate to get that handled.
And I can address what we're doing in the future too. A couple of council meetings ago, we received authorization to move forward with a ATP grant for 10 to 20 million for traffic safety throughout the city. That's one of the reasons that we have the public meetings. We have the results ready to do a council presentation. Again, that's going to be a long one when the agenda permits. We can give you the results of the public outreach, where the grant process is, and what the plan is, citywide traffic safety, from stop signs to vision triangles, speed limits, and everything else.
Thank you, Don. And I know that's been, obviously, we all heard that from our residents, so it's a big one. So thank you for all the work. Okay, so no more comments on item 13, and then the last one that was pulled was item 15. And I'll turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, thank you. The only reason that I pulled this item was because I know we had a lot of backflows. I think recently I saw them, I know on the department reports. And so I just wanted, I guess, just for clarification and for me to understand, and for the community, the business community to understand, because there was a lot of backflows that I guess had to be, I'm not sure what the correct terminology is, upgraded, cleaned. I'm not sure what the correct terminology is, but I'm sure you will correct me and let me know. And so a lot of people were surprised about it, but as I was reading this water report on here, it explained that it was, they are, I guess, there to avoid cross-connection contamination, if I'm saying it correctly. So I guess if you could just explain on the backflow purpose?
Okay, so backflow preventers keep water, say we have pressure loss in the system. And it actually draws water back out of the houses. If they've got a hose and horse trough, or it's a funeral home, or there's chemicals involved, or even a swimming pool with algae, it will draw dirty water back into the system. So the state requires any municipal water system to have two programs. One is to have cross connection control survey to make sure that anything other than just a plain house has adequate backflow prevention. And then every 5 years, and then every year we have to test them. That's a state requirement. And every 5 years, we have to go around and survey to see if anything's been built or missed in the past that should have, or change of use. You install a swimming pool, that leads you to a backflow prevention device. So the two state programs we have to comply with is the annual testing of all the ones we know about. And every 5 years, we have to do a citywide survey to see if there's any situations that need a backflow. That's the most painful. Testing them, hopefully it passes. If it doesn't pass, getting it repaired is not that bad, but they're very expensive. Plumbers are expensive. So if you open a new business or your business has changed so that you need a backflow preventer, that can get pricey. And a water division manager gives extensions. We suggest get 8 quotes. If you go call the first plumber and it's $8,000, you keep getting quotes, you may end up half that or less.
Yeah. Okay, I did get a couple of surprised business owners or even building owners, that said we never did this before. So I reached out to Megan. I forwarded her the concerns or complaints that I received. So you said it's done every 5 years?
The audit is done every 5 years.
Okay.
To find out if there's any new situations that built or changed use that now require one that don't have.
Yeah.
And then the testing is every year.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Thank you. And I actually wanted to pull it because I wanted to say great job to Moises. I know that every year we have this water report, and I just wanted to make sure our public is aware that this happens every year. And under the report, we have to look at different contaminants that are within our water. And so that's, as you mentioned, the testing portion of it. And thankfully, there's no violations on all of those contaminants within our water source within the city. And also there was some of those elements also that were tested that were not detected in our water source. So I just want to make sure for the public, because I know sometimes there's concerns about water, and when we opened the park, there was some issues in regards to or a fountain and whatnot, but I just want to make sure for the public, this report is provided every year. It is required. The city sends this to I believe we send it to every resident, right? We send it to every resident, so.
It has to be there by June 30th.
Yeah, so we do have regulations regarding that, so hopefully everybody takes an opportunity to look at it, but if you don't have the time, just know that under this report for this year, and I think all the years that we've had, is we have no violations in our water sources. Is great with it's good. We don't have some high levels of contaminants, at least that they see in other areas.
That is the most safe and adequate water supply in the Central Valley here.
Yeah.
And we operate our own system 100%, no contractors or anything, city staff.
And I just want to say also, I know the report contains Moises Armendariz, his email, and he is just great. So if any of our residents have questions, his email is there. Please make sure you reach out to him. Very well versed in all of the water world, and is able to provide you with an explanation, just really swiftly.
Very good.
Thank you. Yep. So thank you. Great job. Okay, so we'll move on then. We are done with our vote. No, so we have to now
Take action.
take action. So I'll entertain a motion to approve consent item 12, 13, and 15.
I move to approve that.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Great, thank you, council. So we'll move on now to our public hearing for today. And we do have one public hearing. Or am I wrong?
No, we have a public hearing umbrella, and underneath that, we have two separate public hearings. So one is for, public hearing number 6 in the districting process, if that's what we decide to do. The other public hearing is just for the, introduction of the ordinance, if also that's what you decide to do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for
Sure. No problem.
explaining that.
And also, Stephen, can I ask you that, we should have Doug Johnson on the line, and if you could, move him up to presenter status?
I can see him, okay.
Great, thanks.
Okay, perfect. So then, for the public hearing, we will receive a staff report just for our residents will receive a staff report. We're gonna open up the public hearing, and then we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll come back for council action on the various portions of the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll go into more detail on that, but sure, yeah, that's basically what we're doing. So, want me to go ahead?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna receive a staff report.
So, on April 3rd, the council met to discuss that, post the successful referendum of the ordinance that had been adopted by the council to establish a 5-district voting system in the city. The referendum was successful in pulling that back, and that 5-district ordinance was rescinded as a result of the vote of the people. So the council then found itself with 3 different options as to what it could do next. One would be to pick up where we left off in the districting process and choose one of the 4 district maps that had previously been presented. And if you recall, they had been vetted fairly well, and the council had actually agreed upon a preferred map, that was the TAN map. And so we could hold a public hearing this evening and discuss whether or not that is the map that you both would like to go forward with. And that would be the 5th or the 6th hearing that we've had in the overall districting process that started way back in 2022. We do have Doug Johnson from NBC, who's our consultant on this, to sort of steer us through that process, if that's the will of the council. And then after that, if you did pick a map, we have also agendized a public hearing for the consideration of the introduction and the waiver of the reading of by title of the waiver of the reading of the ordinance and reading by title only. That will be the first step in adopting a 4-district map for the city. There's one other item we have on the agenda, and that's the rescission of resolution number 6070. That's more of a housekeeping matter than anything else. If you recall, when the 5-district map was approved, the council also adopted a resolution that established a process and procedure for selecting the mayor from amongst the council members and so forth. And with the 5-district map now being off the table, we have no need for that, and we need to formally rescind that that resolution and go back to the process that we had before for just selecting the mayor pro tem. So that's where we are this evening in terms of what we want to do. The options are, again, if you recall, the options that you had on April 3rd were to move forward with a map that you previously had looked at and just continue the process that we had engaged in previously from 2022 to 2023. The second option that you have is to just start the entire process all over, have new 4-district maps generated and so forth. And the third option you have is to do nothing and just to keep the at-large voting. We already previously discussed that there's obviously some exposure to litigation if we don't move forward with establishing some districting process in the city. So those were the options. At the direction of the council, I think it was my suggestion, but also at your direction, went ahead and prepared the ordinance tonight for consideration, if that's what the council wants to do. But if you do want to move forward with trying to establish a 4-district voting system in the city, we should go ahead and open the public hearing. That would be after you rescind the resolution, so we probably need a vote first for that. But after that vote, we would then move into what would be designated as the 6th hearing in the districting process, and Doug Johnson could walk us through and talk about the TAN map and any questions that you might have on that. And then if there was a consensus from the council that yes, that was indeed what they wanted to do, move forward with the approval of the TAN map, then we could move into the second public hearing, which would be on the ordinance that you have before you that will initiate the process for the adoption of the new 4-district voting scheme on the basis of the TAN map.
Okay, thank you, Mike, and I'm glad that you have all that historical knowledge. It's been a long 2-year process.
It has been a long process indeed.
Okay, so with that said, then I will open up the public hearing.
To the chair, shouldn't we start with that?
Yeah.
Resolution, so.
Let's start with the extension of that resolution. That is the easiest thing, just as the house.
Oh, without, so
I-
hold on, let me. Sorry about that. Okay, so come back then, and first we then need a motion to rescind resolution 6070.
I move to rescind resolution 670.
Second,
51.
second
Okay.
motion.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor.
Any public comment?
Any public comments? Do we have any public comments? Okay, any public comments from those joining us via Zoom? Okay, don't see any, so there's a motion on the floor, then all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, perfect, then the motion carries unanimously. Now, do I
Open the
up-
public hearing, and this is the public hearing, the 6th public hearing on the districting issue.
Okay, so 8:40, I open the public hearing to discuss the transition to district-based elections for council members' proposed district maps, public hearing number 6.
And Doug, are you with us now?
Yes, hello.
Okay, great. Well, Doug, before you get started, I just wanted to also indicate that there was also at the April 3rd meeting, a question. I think we've answered it sort of in detail in the staff report, but I did just want to at least mention the fact that there was a question from the council as to whether or not the council could do something to sort of protect future action to rescind the approval of the map and so forth. And the basic answer is no. I mean, what this council does, this council or some future council has the ability to undo. And that's just part of the process of, the powers that the council has come from the state constitution and statute, and nothing can be done to impede the council's ability to exercise that authority. And then perhaps even more importantly, there is an actual provision in the law having to do with the districting process that says that the council has the ability to repeal or modify any action that it takes in the districting process. So, so that being said, good idea, and I understand fully where that question was, where it came from, because of the effort and time that has been put into getting to where we are today. So I fully understand how there was a desire on the part of the council to protect the action that they would be taking. And again, I guess the only thing I can say, the consolation, is that I think that any council that wanted to take some action to undo whatever action you may take or initiate tonight would have to go through a fairly formal process to do that. So it wouldn't be something that would be taken lightly at all. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Doug, did you want to just sort of walk us through sort of the consideration of the TAN map or any other map that the council may wish to consider?
Sure, happy to. I'll be fairly brief, and then of course happy to go into any detail that you'd like on any of the stuff I mentioned. But as you just heard, this has been an extensive process with many hearings and considerable public participation. There are state rules that the process had to go through in terms of holding hearings and when those hearings are held and the topic of those hearings, and you've covered all of that already, and so that we're well past those requirements and into additional hearings now. In terms of the rules for how the maps are drawn, the criteria are the same for a 4-district map or a 5-district map. There is one change though from that just kicked in January 1st. So as you probably remember, we had federal requirements for an equal number of people in each district with a little bit of plus or minus a couple percent, but a very tight requirement there. Then we have to be sure we comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, which all the maps you've looked at do. And we have to avoid any racial gerrymandering. So everything you've looked at is fine on those federal requirements. Then, as you may remember, the state had a set of criteria, starting with contiguous districts, then minimizing splits of neighborhoods and communities of interest, than trying to follow easily understood boundaries, like larger roads, rivers, that kind of thing. And then try to be compact, where you don't bypass one group of people to get to another. All those rules are the same today that they were when these maps were drafted, so they all comply with those. What changed is the state, previously cities had a requirement, you may remember, that you could not adopt a map or draw a map for the purpose of favoring or disfavoring against a political party. And that was part of the process before, and none of these maps do that. The state January 1st changed that wording, so now you cannot draw or adopt a map for the purpose of favoring or disfavoring a political party, as before, or a incumbent or a potential candidate. So the maps have to be drawn based on those higher criteria, and a map has to be selected based on the criteria listed, not selected for the purpose of favoring or disfavoring or discriminating against an incumbent or a potential candidate. So that's the only change in the rules between when you last looked at these maps and now. In terms of the maps, I'm happy to talk in detail about any of the maps. Just speaking briefly about the TAN map, because that was the preferred option when you were looking at 4-seat options before. You may recall there's District 1 really in the northwest. It follows essentially West Street. So everything west of West Street is in there. It does cross over a little bit when you get down near the railroad in El Camino Real, but for the most part, it's everything west of West Street. In the south, we have District 4. The boundary, you may recall, is a little bit jagged. It's really like East Street, and then it jogs over to Dixie Street, then it goes down Palm Avenue, and then it turns and goes up to Metz Road. So it's a little bit of a jagged boundary, but it really is the south of the city. And then there's a northeastern seat above Metz Road. It's everything east of, what is that? Let me get this. Everything east of Orchard Lane and above Metz Road is in that District 2. And then when you get up to, forgive me if I mispronounce this, but Gabilan Road? Gavilan Road, thank you. Gavilan Road. Most of everything north of Gavilan Road and east of West is in that same District 2, except for the high school and the all the houses on Barcelona Street and Prado Drive and Entrada Drive that are all on that giant block that the high school is on. So that piece is carved out. And the high school and those houses I was just mentioning are in a central seat, District 3, that goes down to Front Street and includes Gallardo Park and kind of both sides of Metz Road west of Orchard Lane. So it's a little hard to picture, I imagine. Hopefully that's a description you can more or less follow, or you can grab the map on the city website as well. All the maps are pretty much the same from the Voting Rights Act perspective. They vary a little bit in terms of population deviation, but they're all well within the allowable limits. The main difference is the other 4-seat maps kind of move different things around, and there's a weird census block up in the far northeast corner of the city that, if you look at the green or the yellow or map 401, ends up with a very weird shape up there because of how that block is drawn. And so TAN is the only map that doesn't get that weird census block impact up in the northeast, because that block, which is up by Soledad City Park, and everything around it is all put together. So we avoid that oddity in the TAN map. So happy to answer any questions you have about any of that, but that's a quick run through.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
And I just will note for the record that these maps have been on the city's website continuously. Actually, I think even since the 5-district map was adopted, and then we had them moved up to the front page of the website, and they have been there continuously since, I think, somewhere around maybe the 17th or something like that. So prior to this hearing, they've been available to the public, all 4 of the 4 district maps.
Okay, So Mike, since we opened the public hearing, can I take it to the I'm gonna take it out to the public first to see if there's any comments from our public. And then I'll bring it back to the council for any questions. So do we have any members of the public that are joining us here in our chamber that have any questions on public hearing regarding the public hearing number 6 regarding transition to a district-based elections? Okay, so any members of any residents, members of the public have any comments on the current public hearing number 6? Okay, seeing none, so then I'm gonna close the public hearing. Oh, seeing none, I'm sorry, I'm not closing the public hearing, I'm bringing it back to the council. And then, so let's start off with any questions that we may have from Doug, and then we'll do comments. So, council, I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera, if there's any comments for Doug or for Mike. Questions, sorry, questions.
No, I don't have any questions.
Council members, okay. Okay, so there is no questions, Doug, and thank you, Mike, for reiterating that these maps have been the same ones that we've seen over and that they were also made accessible for our community to be able to look at. Okay, so then let's go into comments. And if comments, and then we can entertain what comments in regards to what is the map that is the preference?
If there is a preference, right, and we're actually, if you have a preference, you can state the preference, and we probably could just do that by way of a minute motion, just that there's a consensus that the time map or whichever map it is, if you really do want to move forward with it, and then we can close this public hearing and move into the other public hearing on the introduction of the ordinance.
Okay, so we'll start with that. So then let me start, Councilmember Cabrera. Yes. Do you have a preference? Because it keeps.
Oh,
is there
yes,
a preference for the
I
maps?
like time, yeah, that was my preferences from the beginning.
Before, yeah.
Okay, so 10. Okay, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
I also have a preference for tan just because of that census block, and I think that the other maps might confuse residents, especially like transitioning into these districts as to why like one block is a different district than like their neighbor right next to that block. So I prefer tan as well.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yeah, I'll go ahead with 10 as well. I think we have overanalyzed all the maps since they were posted and even prior to that as a council. And so, yeah, the 10 map.
Okay, and so my preference is also on the 10, and I know I made these comments last year, but the deviation in population, even though all the maps we know are in compliance, this one has the least deviation in terms of the population per the different tracks, census tracks. And then also for me, the other critical, the other critical determination was that this was a map that when we had selected the advisory committee, that the advisory committee unanimously approved the TAN map as part of what they wanted to bring forward. So I want to make sure our residents know that was unanimously approved. So therefore, then I also approve the 10 map. So
why don't we just have a minute motion that basically what that means is it's just a vote of the council and it be reflected in the minutes of the meeting as opposed to a formal resolution. And one thing I also did want to know, although it's very clear to everybody that's sitting up here and probably everybody that's out there, but the major difference between the 4 and the 5 district map is, of course, with the 5 district map, the mayor's position would no longer be voted on at large. With the 4 district map, the mayor's position continues to be voted on at large, with the other 4 council members being voted in the district.
Thank you for clarifying that. So, okay, so we just do how do we do a minute motion?
Same way we do any other, we need a first and a second.
So I'll take a minute motion. Can I?
So move.
I second the
Okay,
motion.
so we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, so.
And I think we closed the public hearing, but I'm not sure, but so just bang that gavel.
So now we will close the.
There we go. Thanks, Doug. So council, now then what you have before you for introduction, waiver of reading, and reading by title only is the ordinance that will implement the new 4-district voting system in the city. If you recall, when this was brought before the council back in, I believe, September of 2023, we had alternative ordinances. We had one for a 5-district, one for a 4-district. This essentially is the same ordinance that was before the council back then for the approval of the 4-district map. I think for one reason or another, probably because I was going on vacation and not giving them good enough directions, the 4-district map, the TAM map, is not attached to this particular ordinance, but obviously by your action this evening, it will be, and it will be brought forward that way when it comes back to you for the second reading. Unless there are any questions about the ordinance and so forth, as I indicated, the ordinance establishes the procedure, establishes the voting sequence, which is also featured on the map itself. So if we adopt this, if you adopt this, this particular map in the month of May, we will get it to the county elections department, and it will then be in effect for the November election. So we will have our first districting elections in the city of Soledad in November. So and the way that it's set up is that Districts 3 and District 4 would have their district elections, and those match the ending terms for the two council members. Councilmember Corraleo, who is still holding that position, and then Councilmember Jimenez, who has since resigned. But in any event, those would be the two districts in which we will have districting elections, and then in 2026 we would have the districting elections in Districts 1 and 2. And then in each one of those elections, the mayor's position continues to be a 2-year term. And every time that we have an election, every 2 years, the mayor would be up for it.
Okay, perfect. So I just have a question. Can we update this to correct?
Yeah.
To correct it, because it still has,
Right.
Councilmember Jimenez and Chavez who are no longer.
I've got I received a question from Councilmember Gonzalez about that same issue. We will make that correction. We'll have it made so that when it comes before you for the second reading, if you approve it this evening, it'll be corrected. So.
And then will the 2023 still stay there because we started that process, or is it 2024?
I'll refer to Doug on that. I think we probably change it to 2024. If you're still there, Doug.
Yes, yeah. Essentially, what matters in terms of attached to the ordinance is just the map. Once you adopt the ordinance, we'll prepare a new map that you then use for everything that is simply adopted districts.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. So then, guide me through this again.
So we just need so now we have the ordinance. You should ask for any public comment that we have on this particular issue. And after that, we should entertain, or at least consider entertaining a motion and the usual process that we have.
Okay, so now we're gonna open up the public hearing. So let me go ahead and do that. I'm opening up the hearing at 8:57. And this is on consideration, introduction, waiver, reading, and read by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad, establishing and implementing by district elections, the 4-district. The 4-district map. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so Doug already provided the report on that. And I will open it up now to the public if there's any public comments on the current hearing. From those that are joining us here in our chambers. Okay, those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing at 8:57, and I will bring it back to the council for a motion.
Okay, can I ask a quick question before? I remember when this was back in September, it was like a month later. Do we have to wait the same month or no?
We do not, yeah. The plan would be to bring it back at the next meeting.
Awesome. That was my question. And I motion to consider introduction, waiver of reading, and read by title only. And do I have to read all there?
Does he have to read the whole thing?
The entire ordinance, yeah. No, we already read the mayor already read the title of the ordinance, yeah.
So I can just motion to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I motion to pass on.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, motion made by Councilmember Masaldo, seconded by Councilmember Cabrera. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, perfect. Congratulations, motion passes.
Thanks, Doug, and I want to thank the council also for being patient with this somewhat complicated staff report this evening.
Thank you. And I know, okay, perfect. So thank you, Doug.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, so we will then move on to new business, and we have for business item number 1 is resolution number 6071, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad accepting the vision and guiding principles for the 2024 Siempre Soledad General Plan Update Meeting. And we have a lot of attachments that came with this, which is really exciting to see. And I will turn this over to Ariana.
It's good afternoon, council. Ariana Moraz, planner with the City of Soledad. I'll be doing a brief presentation on the staff report. We also have our PlaceWorks consultant who's helping us with the general plan online. His name is Charlie Knox. Can I be promoted as a panelist?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you. And I'll display the PowerPoint that was attached to your staff, your agenda packet, so that you can share it with me. So as you mentioned, this is the general plan process the City of Soledad is going for the horizon year 2045. Just really briefly, the general plan update. What is this and why is it important? As you know, it's required by state law, and it has a fundamental land use and development policy in that really pretty much the city has to enforce and creates the constitution of the city of what we need to follow for the next 20 years. It establishes community vision for the physical form of the city, as well as identifying important community issues that the city and city staff can prioritize and focus on within the span of 20 years. So right now, where are we with this general plan process? We did start this process last year. We are currently on our second year working on this general plan update. We have worked with our general plan advisory committee, with also in GPAC, and as well as our planning commission to create an existing condition memos, a briefing book, and now we are bringing forward the vision and guiding principles, which is the second step of this general plan process. The items listed that are non-shaded is the next steps that we need to move forward. So right now we are focusing on our housing element, which is a separate document. However, the next step for this general plan process is a draft alternative, which will eventually come over for council review and consideration. With this document, the vision and guiding principles, this document is supposed to create, as it says, vision to the city and how we want to implement specific community issues. So a lot of this has to do with a lot of community engagement. So we want to make sure we understand the foregoing issues that we have in Soledad and how we want to plan the next 20 years ahead. With this community engagement, we started back in 2023 through the summer to the winter by having community pop-up events. We took advantage of the hot summer days, the National Night Out, farmers markets, and resource fairs that other city departments conducted. We also had an economic development focus group run by the Economic Development Department. And the biggest community event to gather important information was gathered from the Dia de los Muertos event last year in November, where all city departments had informational boards to display and introduce key issues that the city should focus on. More so, the community engagement department helped with the online visioning survey, and we did get 166 responses. Information on the summaries on all the surveys we had is also provided in the staff report as an attachment. Round 2 is the community input and the vision. We did more outreach back in February of 2024. As I said, community engagement and outreach is very important to developing this vision guiding principles. Therefore, we continue doing community pop-up events. We did the state of the city and also affordable housing workshops. As you know, housing is also a major critical item here in Soledad and of course of the state. Our second part of the online visioning survey, we did 98 responses. We do want to emphasize that within this part of the survey, a lot of the responses were focusing on the issues currently outlined right now, but we want to make sure we clarify with the community that even though the issues exist right now for the vision, we want to make sure it's a general concept. That way it gives us flexibility to create the policy needed for this general plan. So even though the vision and the guiding principles don't really reflect the current issues now, we want to make sure it's aspirational and future oriented as we work on this general plan process. Once we gathered all the community input, we then presented the vision and guiding principles to the GPAC. So the GPAC met on February 12th, and we did get very great feedback and provided some edits. After that, we presented the edits with the GPAC comments to the Planning Commission on March 14th. And they also agreed with many of the comments that the GPAC made. The comments are reflected on the final draft in the agenda. These are just some simple or summary of the comments. A lot of it had to include with accessibility, transportation, and having safer the word safe to include the safe housing and safer communities. Also including people with disabilities in terms of the transportation principle or vision principle, yes. Lastly, okay, so this is the vision and guiding principles we provided in your packet. This picture here just shows the edits that are highlighted that were, again, suggested from the GPAC and the Planning Commission. So at this time, we recommend or presenting to council for recommendation for approval. Unless council has any comments or edits, we are happy to take your feedback.
Thank you, Ariana, for that. So let me, before I bring it to the council for questions or any comments, let me take it out to the public to see if there's any comments from our public in regards to our general plan process. That's lengthy, but it involves a lot of, community feedback and input. Any members of the public wish to comment on this item that are joining us here in chambers? Okay, so any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then I will close the public comment period and I'll bring it back to the council. So first, if we have any questions, I know you've provided us with the mission and vision statement. So if there's any questions for you first. So I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Just my question was, I did have edits. I was wondering if you had a copy of those edits.
Sorry.
I have one if you need a copy.
Okay.
But I'm also wondering if the rest of council has a copy of the edits. If not, I can pass them out.
No. Okay. Thank you. And can you just, for the public, can you review what your edits were?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I did that now during questions or during comments.
So let's do that right now because you are doing modifications. So and then the final will just be comments.
Sounds good. So I do have a few edits for the guiding principles and the overall vision. Also, just for transparency purposes, before I was elected on council, I did serve as vice chair of GPAC. So these are just really quick edits for community places. For community places, I just wanted to see if we could maybe add after welcoming to all, if we could add just regardless of age or abilities, just because again, with speaking with the community, some of our seniors feel a little left out. And then some of our folks with varying abilities and disabilities also feel a little left out. And I think adding those would really make it better, right? To show that we do see them and that we are taking them into consideration. For under mobility, I just wanted to delete the word these. I just feel it's redundant. For safety, I just wanted to add roads after sidewalks because we want safe sidewalks, but we also want safe roads, fear of cracks, stuff like that. And that's something that we should aspire to. And then for education, I just wanted to add at the end also that we are committed to expanding higher education and vocational training services and resources as we look to expand our offerings with Cardinal College, and then also bringing more vocational opportunities to our, not only to our youth, but to our general public as well. And then finally, this one's a little long, and it's just for the vision. I just feel like all the ideas are great. I just have a feeling that like the wording is just a little bit awkward, and if we can maybe think about rephrasing it. So my rephrasing would read: serving as the gateway to Pinnacles National Park, Soledad is a small town with big ideas that celebrates our rich cultural heritage. We are a welcoming and diverse community that is committed to sustainable growth, improving quality of life, supporting businesses, and being a safe and healthy city where everyone thrives. I just feel this reads a little bit better. So that's the final edit that I have.
No, thank you for your comments. We can, and I know I can, bring in Charlie on that, who's helping us guiding and crafting this vision and guiding principles. We can definitely take some of the feedback, and consider those as well. Charlie, any comments on that? You're on mute, sorry.
That all sounded fine. The one I didn't catch, Councilmember, was on education. You wanted to add some words after job skills training?
Yeah, so for education, let's see. Yes, after job skills and training, and then it says we are. Oh, I guess I didn't put where I wanted that. Yes, that's right.
And we do.
Do you want me to read it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I think
And we do
everything
have-
else you've said fits quite well with not only the GPAC and Planning Commission consideration, but also the community input. But I didn't really catch the phrasing on the education piece, maybe because it was a little bit longer.
Yeah, so just right after job skills and training, adding we are committed to expanding higher educational. Sorry, let me read it slower. We are committed to expanding higher education and vocational training services and resources.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so Councilmember Ansando was super prepared, and he did provide a copy of the edits that he wants included. So I'll give my copy to Ariana so she has it, and you guys have the exact language that is needed.
Okay, and I guess my feeling on this is certainly everything that was suggested before we got to education is mine. I would almost consider it housekeeping, rephrasing in a better way. But I would leave it to the city council to determine whether starting with Pinnacles, which I think is fine. It's fine either way. That's really up to the council. And then this last one on education, I think is significant enough and probably worth council discussion. I don't feel empowered to just say that I heard that phrasing or that particular idea from the community independent of what we have there. So, but we're totally fine with whatever the council decides on that one as well.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. So I guess we'll come back, and I guess what I just want to clarify here, you saying that it's a discussion for us to be able to have, not necessarily alignment with some of the discussions that you've had with the community and some of their priorities and mission and vision for the general plan.
Well, I mean, so if you could indulge me just for one more minute, could you read slowly, or could someone, maybe Ariana, if you have it, read slowly the added language for education? I don't think it's by any means out of line with what we heard, but it just the community vision ideas that really rose to the guiding principle level were pretty strong, and I'm just not sure I quite caught what the idea was. And I'm assuming, since I don't have anything in front of me, this would be language to it be inserted after job skills training and before the "We Are Proud" sentence, or is this instead of the "We Are Proud" sentence?
It's adding to it, and I can also give context as to why I believe we should add to it. I think oftentimes when we think about education, we're thinking about K through 12, and I just want to make sure that we're also, aspiring to provide some opportunities outside of K through 12, including higher education and vocational training. And I am also adding that because I do work in higher education, and I want to make sure that we are thinking about all education, even out of just K through 12 as well.
And I can read
if I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Councilmember, what do you think about, I know it's maybe a little bit jargony, but what do you think about saying lifelong to cover some of those? Because in general, when this comes up, that's usually how it's characterized, lifelong educational opportunities. So that includes, everything from daycare to youth training to senior opportunities. And maybe that doesn't exactly cover what you're intending, but that might be something worth considering to, make it a little bit less wordy.
Through the chair, I was wondering if I could, suggest to, add to, maybe put, we invest in the prosperity of our community and through expanding higher education and vocational training services and resources, to a range of educational programs that provide.
Oh, so you want to
Something like that.
move it towards
Just integrate it into that portion, into that first sentence will be probably, well, from my perspective, better than add more to it, because it kind of is the same in different words.
So, yeah, thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. I just want to make a comment, Charlie, and thank you for that perspective. But I think in terms of adding it, I don't think I would like to see it added because, committed to expanding higher education, we have Hartnell College here, and that's been, that has transpired in the last several years, right? And through that, it's obviously higher education wanting to make sure that our students have those opportunities. And when you look at our demographics and you look at, some of those census data, unfortunately, some of those ratios in terms of higher education is very low, right? I think it's under 6% or 7%. So I think that is really important because as we're expanding, as we're providing more, opportunities for our students and to succeed, we have to be thinking of higher education. And I think the vocational training services is also something that is critical, knowing that some of the students may not go to college, but that we're having those pathways. And I know we had a long discussion with Hartnell, well, not a long discussion, Hartnell College provided a presentation to this board, I want to say a month or 2 months ago, in regards to some of the future expansions that they're planning to do here in the satellite, the Hartnell College campus in Soledad. So I think, that aligns with that vision of growth that we have the college here, but obviously we know that there's more opportunities that are needed, and not only with Hartnell, but with our other universities that we really have to build a better relationship for. So I would like to see it. I know that, it adds, but I don't think it adds a volume of, of wording. And I think it's really clear in terms of what we're committed to.
Through the chair, might I make a suggestion that we say, we invest in the prosperity of our community by expanding a range of educational programs, including higher education, vocational services, vocational training services, and resources. Academic achievement, I forgot academic achievement. And that would, I think, pull in what you're saying, but not adding another sentence, like putting your language. I like the expansion of higher education.
I would be open to that. I just really want to hone in that expanding higher education and vocational training services. I want those words in there just because I don't want that to, because we can say lifelong education, but like, what does that really mean? And I think being a little bit more specific, I know that when it comes to a general plan, we do want it to be a little bit open-ended, but I don't think adding this would make it less open-ended. I think it would just provide more context moving forward.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a really good solution. And don't forget too, when we get into the goals, policies, and actions, we can be as absolutely specific about any combination or individual subject the council wants to any degree. So I think what you guys have crafted there at the dais makes a lot of sense.
Oh, so maybe if you're okay, then we can put that by expanding in the middle of that sentence in a way that sounds good.
That works for me.
Okay, good. Thank you for those comments. So any additional questions?
Just a clarification, because I think
Charlie
had a question about the vision statement as well that we should discuss, or was that for education?
Oh, I was just, I mean, I think your suggestion made a lot of sense. It's basically just moving the closing phrase of the first sentence to be an introductory phrase, from what I heard.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, it's really up to you as a council.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. So I think, well, so let me just to clarify, tonight we're giving you feedback. Some of the feedback, if it entails adding more elements, then are we being asked to do that tonight?
Yeah,
Or
we would,
you know, is not gonna come back, because I have some changes and I added some stuff, but I don't have a report like Councilmember Ansaldo.
Through the chair, I think in order to kind of keep the process moving forward, we were hoping to kind of resolve it tonight so that we could start working on the plan itself. If there are any kind of tweaks, I think it's probably okay. We could bring it back, or if you had a couple of other different tweaks that you wanted to think about it, we could put it on consent next time and just put those in redlined. It just depends. But I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity to put, as Charlie said, these are meant to be high level ideas, but the actual nitty gritty, there'll be like an opportunity to really get into some more detail, but it really is up to you. We can take your revisions and come back as consent, or we can take them now and just approve it with the revisions.
And one thing with the guiding principles, and maybe I wasn't as clear, was that these guiding principles or the categories were gathered from the community feedback of what issues were the most important the city should really focus on within the next 20 years. So we really got the key input summary that was attached to the staff report. We grabbed all that data and really got categorized that information to help us form those guiding principles. So as we gather that data, we focused on those concepts.
Okay, thank you. So then let's continue so we can move on to process. So we got Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez's comments. They're going to be integrated into that, and so I'll move on to Councilmember Cabrera.
No, I don't have any.
You don't have any questions? No? Okay. Okay, so let me do mine because I do have some, and then we can go into any final comments. So for the vision too, I had some revisions on that, and mine were to include, so where it reads Soledad is a small town and big ideas, and I get it, we're gonna revise that. But what I wanted to include is the word equity and sustainable environmental sustainability or stewardship, and inclusive. I know we obviously have equity as part of the guiding principles, but I feel, if we want to be equitable and inclusive, that also has to be part of our mission our vision statement. So I have it here to Ariana, but I didn't make a clean copy for you. But my changes were Soledad is a small town with big ideas celebrating our rich cultural heritage and the gateway to the Pinnacles National Park. We are a welcoming and diverse community committed to equity, sustainable development, environmental stewardship, improving quality of life, supporting businesses, and being a safe, inclusive, and healthy city where everyone thrives. And so I'm glad to see that the guiding principles included the equity piece, but I think, we have, for me, as if this is going to be our vision, then it really has to be called out as part of the vision. So inclusivity, I know that we have that in different variations of our guiding principles, but I think we've really done a lot to make sure that we are an all-inclusive city. And I think as we develop in the next 20 years, we have to continue with that same. What does that mean? It doesn't just mean we have an inclusive park, but do we have other, are we meeting the needs of our other, other portions of our community that are struggling with mental health, that are struggling with disabilities, that are struggling with other issues, and are really, is our community, is our city really inclusive? So I wanted to add that as part of that. And I know we have sustainable development, and just kind of for me, it's sustainable development is like, if you read it, it's okay, well, you have to research it, right? What is sustainable development? So I don't know if there's another word that we can use that better kind of quantifies, what are we really looking at in terms of development? But I think for me, environmental sustainability or stewardship is really important. So, we know that there's a lot of disparities and we don't call them out. And thankfully, we don't have any, some of the water issues, or we don't deal with air quality issues. But as we've seen the impacts in climate change, and as we're, this is 20 years and the forecast for 20 years, we're going to see a lot more of that. And, we have all of these different requirements also as a state in terms of policies that are coming down of, how we're meeting, how we're utilizing less water. And the city has already been a champion because we have the Purple Pipe project now that's going to go through all of our cities, right? So that's part of some of our environmental stewardship that we've been doing. And I think I know we're a city that does that. And I know that's part of what we do, but to really call it out as part of our vision.
So through the chair, and taking his ideas and your ideas, I have a thought if you want to hear it.
Okay.
So I have serving as a gateway to Pinnacles National Park. Soledad is a small town with big ideas that celebrates our rich cultural heritage. We are a welcoming and diverse community that is committed to equity, sustainable growth, environmental stewardship, improving quality of life, supporting businesses, and being a safe, inclusive, and healthy city where everyone thrives. Does that work? It sounded like.
Yeah, that works for me, at least in my changes, and including some of those elements.
To the chair.
Fernando?
Yes, one of the things that one of the reasons why I didn't make any changes is because I saw this as the vision, but are we including a mission? Because our vision is one thing, our mission should be including all these terms that we are doing. This is what we're doing. The vision is what we aspire to do, and the mission is what we are set to do.
Through the chair, I was just gonna answer that. The city does have a mission statement, and we could always bring it back for the council to modify. Like, that's your opportunity to really,
Okay.
For a general plan, it's really what it's a plan for growth. So it's how you hope, what your aspirations are, how you want to develop the framework.
Through the chair, I also have a comment. I agree with having some sort of mission statement. I'm part of a strategic planning steering committee for my job at San Jose State University, and we are doing kind of the same thing where we have a vision statement, and then the mission is like what we're doing and what we're gonna do, and then the guiding principles are our goals on what we're going to do. So I think it would be good to kind of bring back that mission for future consideration, but I am okay with the changes that Mayor has spoken about, and what you just read. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay as well. And I think, yes, I know we have a mission statement, but I think it's outdated for where we want to see ourselves in the next 20 years. And I think as a vision, with some of the elements included, that is where we want to be, right? That is what we strive for. And so, the aspiration is there that this is who we are gonna become. And so, thank you, Megan, for quickly gathering all of that and putting that in. So that's my comment on the vision. And my last comment, and I know you have the guiding principles, but I'd go back. I know in some of these economy, housing, equity, I guess I didn't see anything really that addresses climate impacts again and environmental stewardship. So I know that we're doing the work. I know that that's really important, especially given, obviously with our climate impacts for the next 20 years. That should be part of what we do and part of what we're looking at in terms of implementation of some of those sustainability practices. So I don't want to add another little icon, but I know that, the sustainability, environmental stewardship is really, really important. And I'll just say this because many will not probably remember, but when I came in 2016, the city was part of this big process of starting a JPA for the CCA, which was the Community Choice Energy, to be able to allow our residents, and this was a Tri-City kind of JPA that we still have, and that was because we wanted to make sure that our residents had opportunities for other sources of clean energy. And also because they were being impacted in terms of finances and all of that, right? So I know we're committed to it, and we've done stuff, we've done initiatives, right? But it's just not reflected in how we speak and how we really promote our city.
Through the chair, can I make a comment on that as well? I agree with you, and I actually, if possible, I would actually like it to be its own standalone icon, because I think we could maybe integrate it in, but I think in order to hit, I think where Mayor wants, I think we should add an extra icon addressing sustainability, environmental safety and protections and stuff like that as its own standalone.
So Charlie, do you have any comments?
Well, I don't want to be the bad guy, and I definitely believe very strongly that climate change is real and that it's something we face, but there's so many different ways to frame it. I almost feel like if we're going to add something that's a new guiding principle, we really should go back out to the community and vet it through the same process that all this went through, because everything you've suggested tonight, including this last set of changes, I think comports with what we heard. And it's not that people in Soledad don't, want to address climate change and sustainability. And I think the words that you just added to the vision itself are good ones and important, and environmental stewardship was important, but we did not get the body of comments that would comport with raising it to a level of a new statement in the guiding principles. But that isn't necessarily bad. I mean, there are many, many things that the general plan will cover and do well that don't have the
you're cutting out, Charlie.
or don't have their own statement. But that's my can you hear me now?
I can hear you
We
now.
missed most of that though, Charlie, sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you for that feedback. Yeah, so
Through the chair, I think it's important to understand the relationship between all of these terms. It's not just the guiding principles for it. The guiding principles are the beliefs that we want to work on to accomplish our mission and vision. So we have to understand what the relationship are and how those guiding principles, that's the name, guiding principles. We are gonna be guided through these principles to accomplish what we're set to do.
Yeah, and that includes the edits that made your revision, that these guiding principles are not leading us to environmental stewardship and so on. But the comments are.
And council, I'm sorry, if you wouldn't mind, so I am Canoe Yang, Director of Community and Economic Development here at the City of Soledad. And just to answer your question, Mayor, in regards to climate action, the city is actually working on a separate document called for the Climate Action Plan that will be integrated within the general plan. So we are going to be addressing climate action and clean energy. It's just not a guiding principle because, as Councilmember Guerrero stated, it will be fully integrated and there will be a climate action process in regards to the general plan. This will just help us then create policies that are going to help us create policies and guidelines in regards of how to implement it through our zoning ordinances and making sure that we're following the community growth in regards of new things like alternative energy. And so they will be addressed. It just isn't part of the guiding principles, but they are integrated. It's kind of how we would see equity, like environmental justice. We don't have an environmental justice, but element itself, but it will be fully integrated into the general plan. So.
Yeah, thank you, Canoe. Thank you for that. I think for me, and I know it wasn't, and I appreciate Charlie's comments, but I think one of the things that I found, especially, within our communities and a lot of our communities that are considered underserved and communities of color, right, where we're the ones that are impacted by, climate change. We're the ones that are impacted, by environmental inequities. but we don't, we don't bring that to the forefront. And it doesn't surprise me that a lot of our residents may not have highlighted this, right? Because we don't, I don't think, the way it's been provided to, or the dialogue in terms of just environmental impacts and environmental sustainability, it's really hard for people to absorb, well, what does that mean, right? And I think for me, I want to make sure, we're putting that, because the city has been a pioneer in that. We have been doing that, and how do we continue as we know that there's gonna, there's more in terms of the environmental impacts that address, other inequities and social justice, issues, but that it doesn't get left out, because that's something that I think is really important. And I know when we started the whole process with the general plan, and none of you guys were here, but I asked for a climate, I asked, and I'm glad that you're doing that, because part of the housing element, and we didn't have a lot of money, right? Because it came down to money, right? We looked at community engagement, we really wanted that to happen. And so we started chopping things off, but I wanted, a climate plan or a climate element, because other cities have that, right? And it's not just, it's looking about how we develop our cities. What kind of development do we have? Do we have open spaces? Do we have green spaces? Do we have parks? Do we have trails? Do we have, it's more than just some of the impacts that we're talking about here. And so that in health, right? And I'm glad health is there, because health is really critical, right? To community wellness overall, but so is climate. So I think for me is, if we don't put it in there, it's never really, we can go back out to the community and nobody's gonna even highlight it because it's not there, right? So, that's my.
Do you mind if I make a comment? Adding to that, actually, if we want to consider adding, environmental stewardship, climate and stuff, I'm wondering if we can't add it as a separate item, if we can include it within equity. Because I think with what it aligns with what you said, right, that we are, underrepresented communities, we're surrounded by farmland, pesticides are a thing that impact us. So I think maybe adding it to not only to equity, but maybe to health as well, if we're not able to have its own thing, because I get that we're gonna see it, right? But it kind of goes back to my comment earlier about education. If it's not there, then it's really easy to miss once we're getting to the nitty gritty of it.
Through the chair, I was gonna suggest that we added as part of safety.
Kind of long.
No, but it just put environmental stewardship, the word environmental stewardship, so that we know that it's included, and then the separate program that we're gonna develop, that's gonna cover everything that we wanna include there.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. I would, if I want to see it anywhere, and if we're not going to do a standalone, I would like to see it. My recommendation would be under equity, because I think it fits better under that component in terms of adding some more language to equity, right?
Yeah,
and what that really
definitely,
means.
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Actually, I think we're all kind of on the same thought process. To me, a lot of and the reason why climate doesn't resonate with residents is they don't see the immediate connection, but it's really an environmental justice issue. And I think, and we do have to do an environmental justice element. So to me, I was going to say either equity or health. I think we're thinking of the same, is where you generally do see environmental justice called out. Wherever your preference is, I think, Charlie, given that we do need to cover environmental justice, and I think that's where it really resonates with the public. Could we just add a sentence, either that if council prefers equity, we could put it there about environmental justice, and then I don't think that would be too far from what we've heard from residents.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think, because you're right. It could be equity, it could be health, it could be safety, but I think it really has become a focus of equity, not just about not living near a source of pollution or being, subject to it, but it's also about benefiting equally, so that any of these efforts like community choice aggregation or Purple Pipe, anything we do to foster environmental stewardship should be available to everyone. So I think I think you could even just add 4 or 5 words to the end of equity that relate to everyone benefiting equally from efforts to promote environmental justice and environmental stewardship could just be added to that sentence, or you could add a new sentence. But I think if the direction from council to staff and consultant is to basically make that change, I think we could either make it another phrase or a new sentence. I think that's fine. I think that makes a lot of sense. And we did hear that from the community. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Through
Thank
the
you.
chair, I think it should be a standalone sentence, just wanted to put that for him.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you. So I agree, it's gonna be, I agree under equity, I think that's where it fits best, but I do wanna make sure it's called out. Because if we don't call it out and we just put it in a sentence, it's just a sentence. So I do wanna make sure that it is equity and environmental. You know, if we wanna do environmental sustainability or environmental justice.
Yeah. I
And
think-
then we have a couple of sentences on what that means.
Okay. Yeah, I think we could come up with an equity sentence around environmental justice that's added to that equity guiding principle. And then just to be clear too, we're going to actually reiterate these guiding principles in more specifics in each chapter. So we'll have an opportunity to get more into kind of the nitty gritty, but we could come up with an aspirational one around environmental justice and stewardship under equity. Its own sentence is what I'm hearing. And then we can come back maybe just with that for council on the consent agenda next time, and the rest we can approve with the tweaks. Would that work?
Okay. Yeah, council, we okay with that?
Yes, I did have a comment. I was just allowing everyone to have their discussions. My comment was just gonna be, first of all, thank you all for, for the outreach and for all the work. I know it's been a couple of years. I think the first time that I saw Megan out on an event, it was the Hot Summer Days last year. She had just started. And she was out there doing some outreach, and I know at the Dia de los Muertos, there was the boards, the vision boards, and I saw people of all ages, all ethnicities, all abilities, out there, giving their input, and it was super successful, that event. And so, to me, when I look at the guiding principles here, I do see a lot of what is being brought up, like, the environmental, information. I see it under safety, under health, under equity, under community places when it talks about, parks, public gathering spaces. I know I definitely understand that the information here is a reflection of all that outreach that was done and all that interaction and of the GPAC, which Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez was a part of. And I definitely do not want to water down what our community has, said is important to them, or that it should be included. And so with that said, that's part of the reason why I don't have a lot of changes. I didn't see on the guiding principles, information on animal services, just to animals in general, also to pets. But I know that it is in the whole, in the pages and pages that we have in here. But with that said, again, I don't want to water down what the community has said. I know I do see a lot of the goals that we have as a council reflected on the guiding principles, and I appreciate that. I think they're in line with what the community wants and what they need. And I know we're throwing out different information, some different information that is also important. I do believe, in the environment, and want to definitely be aware of that and prepare for that, especially for the upcoming 20 years. So, I again think that it might be an important time, and I know that this is probably a different subject, but for us to bring the goals and have a council meeting now that we have new council members as well, and be able to have current goals that we, can all come up with, that we were all on the same page and one accord. And I do just, my last comment is I really liked Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez's edit that he suggested when it came to first, starting off with, serving as a gateway to the Pinnacles National Park. I think that is a big thing. And I personally work as staff on the council with, the Pinnacles National Park. They bring thousands and hundreds of thousands of visitors every year to our city. So we definitely want that to be a highlight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo. And just for future, like if it's gonna be a future agenda item, you can please make sure that you have it under you say it under the future agenda items, because that's where it would go for any future agenda items. Because it sounds like what you wanted was a future agenda item, so if you can add it into the future agenda items. So thank you. And I just want to respond really quick in terms of watering down, and I really want to make sure I address that, because I don't think what we're doing today and what we've done in the discussion that we've had, and I know it's a long discussion, I don't think it's watering down what the community's vision and feedback. This is a 20-year plan, and this is for the future, and this is really critical that we have those value systems and sets that are gonna really form, and it's gonna lead how we as a community move forward. And that's in anything, right? In everything in terms of economy, housing and whatnot. So I think adding these other elements to really allow us as a council, because we're also part of the community. I'm also a community member, so my voice is also important. I think it allows us to come back and appreciate all the work that, you know, for me, it's amazing, all of the work that the community and the staff, right? Because equity, I know we see that's a big component. You know, having gone through different issues, I mean, I can say environmental justice is stuff that we don't, like I said, we don't speak about, but not having access to affordable housing is environmental justice. Building housing that's all single family and not having diversification in housing was an environmental justice issue. Not having lack of, you know, accessibility to higher education is an environmental justice issue, right? So there's all of these things. And I think for us, as we move forward in the next 20 years as a city, you know, we really have to make sure that as a leadership, when we have housing developments, when we have retail, right? You know, are we really looking through it as environmental justice? You know, we know that having a lot of fast food restaurants is environmental justice to our community, because people are not eating healthy and we're contributing to high diabetes rates, right? And whatnot. So for me, I want to say it's not watering down, and I want the community to understand that, but it's really bringing to light some of those issues that have happened throughout the decades. And we have an opportunity with this general plan to really be thoughtful in what those guiding principles are. So as we move into, you know, the next century, that, you know, we really look at every component that comes with development into our city. And that's all part of environmental justice. So I just, you know, for me, I just want to make sure I clarify that in my aspect, at least, we're not watering down what the community has provided, but I believe it's enhancing what they've already provided to us.
Through the chair, I would also like to make a comment about that. And I want to give additional context. So I was part of the GPAC. So my comments were also not meant to water down what was being said by the community. I just wanted to call out some of the things that I had mentioned that I didn't see. I had mentioned at the GPAC meeting that I didn't see reflected, which was talking about people that are the elderly, right, that are seniors, folks with disabilities, and that wasn't my intention to make it seem like I wanted to water that down. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what I had said at GPAC that I didn't quite see reflected on here, and I just wanted to make that clear. Yeah.
Okay. So with that, then we'll end the discussion. We have enough, you have enough information, comments, feedback to be able to come back then. So we have to approve it.
Yeah, I think
approve it and then come back. Okay.
I think we're accepting kind of the modifications that everyone seemed to agree on, and that we would bring back the equity guiding principles on consent next meeting with the environmental justice and environmental stewardship sentence for your on consent, not for further discussion, unless you decide to pull it.
Okay. So with that, then we need a motion to approve resolution 6071, given, you know, as Megan said, the discussion that took place. And that is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad accepting the vision and guiding principles for the 2024 Siempre Soledad General Plan Update Meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much for all the work on this.
Thank you
It's
so
exciting to
much.
see.
And through the chair, I just had a quick question for Mike. Will we do the adoption of the one sentence by minute order? Would that be the?
Yeah. Yeah, it was just, that would be part of the resolution.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie.
My pleasure. I think you guys really made it just that much better tonight. Really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now we will move on to our next item. We have two more items on our agenda. Consider proposed changes to council members' compensation and provide direction to staff. And I will turn this over to Megan.
Yeah, I can go through it, and I should give credit where credit is due, that our city attorney actually drafted the report and then Mike Howard and I edited it to add the financial implications. But as council is aware, Senate Bill number 329 adopted in 2023 allows council to increase compensation, which is in the first time in almost 40 years. The last adjustment to Soledad City Council's compensation was implemented back in 2012. And you know, after this came up, and it's coming up in actually a number of different councils throughout the state of California, and even within the county. Council had requested additional information about different potential increases, and we're actually seeking direction on what increase, if any, council would like to be brought up for future consideration and adoption. And then if you look at the analysis, I know there's quite a bit of kind of options that are you know, included, which include looking at what the statutory maximum would be, which would be a 78% increase in council compensation, or looking at kind of incremental increases of 5, 10, 15, 20%. I think that was one of the requests. We also looked at kind of an inflation, kind of smaller increase based on inflation. And then option D was looking at if council wanted to sort of peg your salary increases to what increases city employees experienced over the kind of the same period of time, because while city employees did get increases with the cost of living, council salaries remained stagnant. And so that's also, and then of course, obviously, you know, you can make any sort of recommendations as long as it doesn't go over the cap, the cap that the state has established by statute for population. I did indicate in the financial impact what that would be. The kind of highest statutory increase would increase council salaries from currently 31,920 to, and this is collectively for all council members, to 58,200. So that would be an annual increase of $26,280. And so with that, I did note, you know, the rationale, I think, for the state was to ensure that people of all means could participate in elected office by having, you know, enough funding that could pay for things like childcare or elder care or other things, because there are costs obviously associated with public service, which I don't have to tell council here tonight. You know of those costs, so. That concludes my report. We're just looking for direction. And then we can bring something back once we receive that direction.
Okay, thank you, Megan. So let me take it out to the public, just if there's any public comments, and then we'll bring it back. So do we have any public comments on the proposal to change the council member compensation and provide direction to staff? Okay, those, bless you, those members that are joining us via Zoom. Any comments? Okay, seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the council, and I will start with Councilmember Cabrera.
Just questions or comments, or
Yeah, questions.
can you come back to me?
Okay. Any questions on the information that was provided in the report first?
Oh, questions? No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Okay, nobody has any questions? No?
On the report, no, but
Okay.
generally, yes.
Okay, perfect. So then we'll move on to comments, and I'll start then with Councilmember Cabrera.
I don't know what to say. I heard, I heard a comment about Salinas, because Salinas went through the whole process. And one of the comments that I heard from one of the person that was posting is that they did an increment of 100%, and it looks like 100%. But just for the public consideration, in one of the consent items, we're buying a truck that costs similarly to the increase that we're asking for all of us. So I don't see that is an increase, an exaggerated increase, because it's only what, $26,000 a year? And that is collectively, that is not for us. It's about what, $5,000 a year. So it's not an increase that is gonna damage, I believe, our city, but it's gonna help us. Being a council member does not exclude you from the economic problems that we have in the country. And I think that is time. Last time they reduced it because the city was in a bad situation. We are currently in a very good economical situation, and I think it is time for us to address that. And I am full support of the what is it, SB 329? What?
329.
329, and I think that we deserve also that increase. Thank you.
So just for clarification, which increase?
I think it's one.
A?
A.
A?
Mhm.
Right, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, so it's a 70, so it's, so when it says 78% increase, then does that one doesn't break it down? A, the salary for, okay, and 12,000 annually, this will represent the same.
Option A is the one that.
That's a statutory maximum based on population.
Based on population.
Oh, got it. So it would be this one, and then so the numbers, you'd have to come back with the numbers on that, or is that the one that would be 26,000 collectively?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
that would be the annual increase would be 26,000.
Okay, so that's option A. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. Okay, Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, this will be a little long, sorry. But yeah, so I just want to give context again to the public. I think when we hear the percentage 78%, it sounds huge, but I do want to say that it's like $500-ish. So it's not that substantial increase, as Councilmember Cabrera said. And I think in the staff report talks about maybe comparing it to increases for staff, but staff make significantly more than what our city council salary is. So collectively, so it doesn't, it's not very, I don't think it's something that we should be comparing to or considering. Especially now that we're having a lot of people kind of dropping off the council, and we need to have, these council appointments, and we want to make sure that we're attracting a diverse set of folks to kind of come and run for office, folks that have children that may need a little bit more help, right, in paying for childcare, for example, or folks that maybe they work full time. So in order to attend certain meetings, I think when we were speaking, Townsend was speaking that they want us to kind of go to the state capitol, to the to Washington DC, that can impact folks that work full time. So I think that we need to consider what that may mean too, that they might have to take time off of work. They might have to get a reduction in their salary because they're missing so much work to attend these sort of events to represent our city. So I think with that, we should be considering Section A. And then historically also, council members have been retirees or business owners who may have that financial security that other folks may not have, and may have an easier time taking time off because they're retired, or they might own their own business, so they can kind of shut off their hours a little bit easier than folks that work full time. So those would allow those that work full time again to have ease in their obligations in a financial sense. So with that being said, because the last raise was back in 2012, I also support the increase to reflect the maximum allowed on 329.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, thank you. I guess this is comments, but I had some questions, so I guess I should wait until we have the questions portion.
No, I think we did the question portion.
I don't think we did.
I
We never
we
did
did.
questions.
Yeah, we did, and nobody had any questions, so that's why we
really?
moved into
Well,
comments.
I missed it then, because I never heard it.
Yeah, we did, I said it, so, but go ahead, I mean, this is important, so go
Thank
ahead
you.
and talk and ask your question.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So it was brought up, I believe, Councilmember Cabrera brought up that the city of Salinas got a raise, and I know when this first came up to council the first time, staff did provide us kind of like with where other nearby cities are at. Do you guys know by any chance where they're at right now, if they have gotten raises?
To my knowledge, the only council, I think that has taken an action in Monterey County has been Salinas. I know that there are, I think, some discussions, and I'm not sure exactly what other cities they are, but Salinas, I think, did go with the maximum, the statutory maximum is what I recall from.
Based on population, right?
Based on population.
Okay.
But Mike may correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any cities yet in Monterey County that I'm aware of.
Yeah, for some reason, I think either King City or Greenfield was considering, but I know that Gonzalez had considered and decided not to do anything at this time, so.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is just, I know on here we see like the pay rate or the proposed, I guess increases, but is there also other costs maybe that the council may have? And by that I mean reimbursements, like maybe mileage reimbursements or conference or training reimbursements?
Yeah, there are, obviously, when we budget every year, we do put in for conferences and other expenditures for council.
Yeah.
Within
And we
that.
have a specific policy that talks about the reimbursement for those kinds of things.
Yeah, okay, awesome. Okay, so Yeah, I think, to me, to be honest, at first I felt that it was the wrong time, just because there was, so much going on. There was so much dissatisfaction, I think, from the community. And I didn't feel, and I include myself, and again, this is my opinion, I didn't feel that we were, I guess, performing satisfactory when I saw so much division in our community. And so, you know, that's where I was at when this was first brought up. I do, you know, feel that there have been some changes. And so I wouldn't be opposed, to a raise. I do feel that the timing is wrong. I definitely want to see other people like women, you know, or even men with small ones, or that have different circumstances that we may have up here. But I would like to see this, taking effect with not now, but maybe in November with the new elections coming up and with the new, if there's any changes on the council with the new, members coming in.
So by law, the change, if a change was voted on this evening, the first time that it actually can come into play won't be until November when the new election occurs. Yeah.
Okay. So, with that said, I guess just my last comment is, I am not for A. I think I would like to see maybe a smaller increments. You know, maybe a certain percentage of that, maybe, what is the highest? 78%? So maybe like a 40% increase or something. That's what I feel right now.
Thank you for your comments. And just as a reminder, so when we say 78%, I want to make sure there's numbers attached to that. And collectively for A, it's gonna be 26,000. So that's the context of this, the 70 is 26,000, and what that equates to is about 5,200 if we divide it between 5, right?
Per year, right?
Per year, and actually it'd be a little bit more for me, right? Because the mayor gets $100 more, but per year, right? So it's per year, it's not per month, it's per year. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity in terms of the numbers, because I agree, the percentages is 78% is like, oh wow, but put it into context, into numbers, it's 26,000 collectively, and it's a little bit over 5,000 annually per council member. And then on B, then if we're talking about that one, Megan, what would be that's with different increases? But do we have, what would be the collective impact for B?
No, but I think we could easily figure that out. We just wanted to put the worst case scenario and the financial considerations, but obviously 20% would be, you know, would be much less. I mean, maybe we're talking about 6 or 7 grand. I'd have to calculate out depending on where you fell, which amount you felt was appropriate.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think for these, I want to make sure, because I know that there's a lot of discussion, and you know, when this came out, there's a lot of comments in terms of what our role is as public servants, right? And that, you know, whether we you know, we're here to be able to, we choose to run for office to be able to represent the voices of our community. But in that, as you know, we're talking about equity and talking about bringing in more people. I think it's important let me go back. I think it's important for our residents to have context to these numbers, so there's no misrepresentation by anyone in our community about, oh my goodness, it's a 78% raise. That's like thousands of hundreds of millions of dollars, right? It's important to really have our residents understand under each of these scenarios what would be the collective impact to the city's budget. So I want to make sure that we have a clear dollar amount to give to our residents. I just want to say, for me, I'm okay with A, or even looking at some of the other options. And if my suggestion would be to bring it back during the mid-year budget, looking at our fiduciary fiduciary responsibilities, we also have to make sure that our budget can absorb it, right? That we have the dollars in the budget. And is that feasible? So I know Mike said it's not gonna come back until November, but I think, you know, I would suggest that whatever we discuss here, we bring back those context of those numbers and then bring it back during the mid-year budget review to be able to look at where does our budget land in terms of what we're gonna be approving? Can we absorb it? What levels can we absorb to be able to make a more informed decision in terms of fiscally where we're at? And then also looking at, will there be impacts to any of our programs related to some of the state deficit? By that time, we'll already have those numbers so that we will know. But I'm in agreement though that I think it's important for us to be able to look at this and to be able to increase the compensation for the council. And I want to make sure the public understands why, and, you know, to provide, you know, as Councilmember Gonzalo Sanchez says, to provide context. You know, we spent a lot of time talking about equity a few minutes ago, and traditionally many of the people that are able to serve either have the financial means, either, you know, have a business that they can do this, or are retired, right? And as we're growing as a city and we're wanting to provide more opportunities and also extending that other individuals that may not, you know, fall in the categories where we think that, you know, they can run for office, is really being able to bring in more of, you know, our younger population, individuals that require, you know, for our families, right? Men or women with childcare, people with disabilities, our veterans, right? So we want to make sure they're also part of the process. Many of our seniors are, we know they're on a fixed income, many of them. So having them, you know, also being able to have these opportunities, I think it's really important. And then I think in terms of, you know, where we were at before and, you know, some of for me, I've been a public servant all my life. And I get to the community and we all know that we're here because we all have one thing in common. And then that's, we all love Soledad and we want to do what's best for Soledad, regardless of what positions we take. And so I think that's the main denominator, why we're all here, why we all serve, why we all spend, you know, 5-6 hours at the city council meetings. But I also want to make sure our public understands that we're not just here at the city council meetings as part of what we, you know, what we pledged, right, or committed to our residents, was that we're going to be representing them and we're going to be at the table because we wanted to make sure Soledad's not left out. But I do want our public to know that it's, you know, each one of us serves in different subcommittees and that takes time. I think most of us have a job here. All of us have a job. And, you know, I'll speak for me. When I do things that are related to the city, I have to take time off from my work. And most of that, I have to use my vacation time. And I'm glad that I have a job that gives me vacation. But I also know on the other end that I'd rather take vacation with my family, right? And so, you know, I want the public to understand that, yes, you know, we fully come in knowing that we're committed to the city, but I also want the public to know that it's not just coming here to the city council meetings. It's a lot more than that. And I think if we want people to really come and engage and civically engage, that for some that may have some of the financial strains, that we provide them with an opportunity to still have a seat at the table and be able to say, look, if I'm going to take time off from my work because I have to be at a city function, it's okay because I'm going to be compensated, maybe not to the full level, right? Because what we get is really not, you know, enough anyways to compensate for other, you know, for the time that we give. So I think for me, it's, I want to make sure that I state that I support this, that I support that we increase the pay. But I also want to make sure that we come back. My recommendation, council, is that we come back, look at it during the mid-year budget. It won't go into effect anyways until November, right? If we approve it tonight.
When would the mid-year budget?
Do you mean the annual budget?
So when we approve the budget, yeah.
Oh, budget. Okay, annual budget.
Which would be when?
May, which would come back in June.
Okay, so that would mean if it was we waited until June, that would mean that the change to compensation wouldn't take effect until a new council member took a seat, so 2026.
Point of information,
Cause.
but we have a new council member that took a seat.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's triggered by, when you vote, the way that the statute is set up, when you vote on an increase in compensation, it doesn't take effect during your term until a new council member takes a term of office. And so it's usually coordinated with the regular elections, right? When you have staggered elections every 2 years. So we waited until June of 2025. That will not come into play until
I understood you meant this.
this June.
June,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
That's what you're-
All right, I need another vote. Okay, got it. That would be fine, that would be fine.
Yeah.
So that to implement in November, it still can't be implemented anyways until November, right?
Right.
So,
It wouldn't come into play until, yeah.
so,
Just through the chair, we're talking about numbers, so I'm gonna tell you that if we increment, if the increment is 20%, so that means that we will get about $21 per week. So I want you to think, what would you think if you spend 6 to 10 hours in a place and you just get $40 per hour, $40 per paycheck? So it is not, I feel that it's not, we're not requesting something incredibly wrong or incredibly big to the point that we could damage our economy. If you divide it into 26 payments, which is a whole year, it is about what, with the changes, if we use that 20%, it's about $44 per paycheck. What we get, and in terms of hours, we spend, like the mayor said, about 9 hours per every 2 weeks, so that gives me about $22, $23 per hour. So that is not counting the hours that we spend reading and analyzing, because it is not just reading. There are terms and laws that we have to follow and make research to understand the decisions that we are taking here. It is not just coming and say yes or no. We have to understand what we're reading so that we can make the best decision. Do you think that somebody with a $20 per hour will spend about 15 hours, 20 hours per term, every 2 weeks per meeting, so that we can make the best decisions for you? It is not just about the economy, it's about what we do for the city. And I did it with the notion that I was gonna serve my city. But it also implies that I have to serve it in the best way. And if I have to do a little bit more research, I have to do a little bit more reading. Last meeting, we had about almost 200 pages. So just try to read 200 pages for one meeting. We get the agenda on Friday. We have to make decisions on Wednesday. Try it one time. And see how many hours.
yeah, so let me just come back, because I know there's one more item on the agenda. So I think what I've heard, and just, I know there's a lot more that we want to say, but I think what I heard is that we're all in agreement, to move forward with considering proposed changes to the compensation, to be able to increase the compensation. And there was, the option A, and then, there was another option, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo talked about maybe not at that capacity bay, but others, but I think collectively we agree that we want to see a change and increase on the council. So my suggestion, if you're okay with this, is then can we bring it back for approval at the when we have the mid-year, the annual budget. So that way, I think as a council, we're also looking at the budget. We're also doing our due diligence in regards to where we're at with the numbers, and to be able to say, hey, we're fiscally solvent. We can absorb that. then, let's go ahead and move with what the recommendation would be from the council. That's my recommendation, council.
Through the chair, I just want to say I share the same thoughts as Mayor Velasquez. I do feel that the responsible thing for us to do, since we are public servants, is to put our community first, and that entails us maybe waiting just a little bit more and see what our budget looks like, especially right now when there's a deficit in the state. We see other cities that are also having issues when it comes to the budget. So I feel like it's the responsible thing to do, to just wait until June.
Thank you. So, council, are we okay? Are we okay with that? So I also would like option A, but I want to make sure that a decision is based on where are we at in the fiscal year with the budget.
I just feel that, I get the wanting to wait. I hear where you're both coming from, but I do want to just reiterate that it's not a significant increase. If you think about a part-time job, right, 20 hours a week, if you do the math, it's even if we do the 78%, for example, that would be like $15 an hour, which is not a lot. So I'm trying to just put the numbers into the context, because it's not a significant increase. And I think that while I hear the want, we're at a pretty good, we're pretty good at our budget from the last time that we spoke with finance. And I just think that we could be just moving forward from this and going ahead with this and focusing on other items later, so it's not piling up new things, having another hour conversation about this. So that's just how I feel right now.
Well, thank you for that. I would, Megan, I think for me, council, I understand. I'm not saying I'm not in agreement, but I also know that we have other decisions to make as part of the budget. And even though we are, I think it would have been nice to have the numbers then where we're at with the budget, right? What the impact would have been to the budget as part of our discussion with this, because I think it goes hand in hand, right? If we're gonna approve this, then for me, I'll speak. For me is I want to make sure that there's a budget attached that says, yes, we can absorb this at that capacity. And this is going to be sustainable for the next couple of years, right? That we don't have to come back and decrease any of those compensations from the council. But that's where I stand. Obviously,
Through the chair, I've got a question. Megan, is the budget in June coming, and I'm talking about in 2024 now, not, is the budget coming on the 5th or on the 19th, you know?
I think, we usually do our budget, workshop.
Separate, yeah.
Yeah, as a separate item.
Okay.
So, depending on that, we would probably go on the 19th, given, we're trying to put a lot together, but we would have a sense well before that, where we stand. And the one thing I would also mention is, we are in the process of negotiating salaries, and so we do have to think about the context of that. So maybe waiting is not a bad idea, because whatever is done is going to be in the context of negotiations on salaries. And I do understand and respect the point that is being made about the amount, and I agree with you that it's apples and oranges, but still there'll be an economic impact to the budget that we still don't really know yet.
and it's only a month away, so we're in May, and if we look at June, it's only a month away. So it's not like we're
Like March, right?
Yeah, now, so we're in May already, so it's only a month away. So with that, council, if we, with that recommendation be amenable to everyone to come back in June for the mid-year budget, it's a month away. We'll have a better perspective with the understanding that we all want to see this happen, that the increases are, something that we do agree upon.
I'm in agreement with that.
Could you explain the bringing back?
So it'll come back, we'll agendize it for final discussion and approval on when it comes back on the 14th. No, not on June.
No,
14th.
so just as a point, the change to the compensation has to be done by way of an ordinance, so it'll go to the first reading and a second
Yeah.
reading.
So
But we have plenty of time to do that before November, which is when it would actually kick in, right?
Okay.
So.
But for the budget discussion, that's gonna come to the council June the 5th or the 19th, right? So we can agendize it during that time where the budget discussion is gonna be, because then we'll know, right, where the budget's at. And then we can have it at the same meeting that we have the budget discussion.
Mike, is it possible to make a motion, second it, and then table it until then, so that we are sure that? So can I make a motion, second it, and then table the motion until we have that the budget information?
So, yeah, I think we're all saying the same thing. It's just basically, so you can't take action on this until you have an ordinance. in
Yes,
front of you.
yes,
We're not
that's
doing
what I
that. And so I think that the mayor is suggesting that we hold off on giving direction to staff as to what ordinance to prepare and what the amount of the increase in compensation would be until after the budget. Or at least during that same hearing when when you have the budget brought before you. So you don't need to table anything tonight because you were only giving direction tonight. But if the direction that you're giving to us is bring this back to us on the 15th or the 19th when you bring the agenda, you can do that.
Yes, but my concern is that if we bring it, then we have to do a motion and then wait for another time to bring it. That way I could do the motion, table it, and then from that, we're going to be able to do take action.
So you just don't want to have another hour discussion?
Yes, I don't want
to.
Yeah.
But the whole point of putting it off is to wait and make sure that everybody feels comfortable with whatever that increase is in terms of the overall budget, right? So the idea would be that may reflect or may cause somebody to change their decision as to should it be the maximum amount, the A, or should it be something less because of the way that the budget plays out? So the whole point of holding it off until the budget discussion is to make sure everybody feels comfortable with that change in the context of the overall budget.
And to add to that, Councilmember Cabrera, we can't even implement it anyway. So even if it takes, even if we were to say we approve it that night or we want to give direction tonight and then it has to come back to us, it won't take effect anyways until November. So I think we still have time to be able to say, hey, bring it back when we have the budget added to that agenda. And then we still have to, even if we still have to come back, right, to approve it, it won't take effect anyways until November. So I don't think timing wise, it's urgent because it won't happen until November anyways.
Just a quick comment, not that it's not urgent, but because we are coming up with an election, it would just be nice to have something there so that people are like, hey, you know what, like the compensation is good, like I can use that for childcare. And using that as a way to kind of, I don't want to say incentivize because it sounds how it's gonna sound, right? But I think because it might have more people come forward, and the reason why we wanted to, but the reason why I wanted to bring it up now too is because we have a council appointment process that's currently still open, and this might help more people come forward for that and apply for that as well. But I hear what you're saying, and right now, I guess I'd be okay with bringing it back in June. I just don't want it to be another hour conversation.
Yeah, and the council appointment, that wouldn't take into effect anyways, because this wouldn't get, even if we approved it, they're not gonna get compensation until November. So, I don't think it's gonna be, like I said, I think collectively, we all agree. It's just looking at the budget to say what level A or the other options.
We'll prepare a staff report that would clearly indicate that there was support for A, and there was some support for something less than that, but clearly that there is a consensus of an opinion that an increase in compensation is warranted. So that maybe we take some of these options off the table so that you don't have to go through all those things. We'll just narrow it down to the two options that have been discussed and sort of favored this evening. So hopefully that'll expedite the conversation.
Okay.
And I also would like to see that the reflection of how much it is, not just in the impact in the budget, but what is the actual number that we're getting, not just a percentage, but and not
comprehensive, but individually, how much we're getting, because people are gonna see $26,000 and they're gonna think that I'm getting $26,000. So I want people to know how much we individually are getting.
Breakdown?
Yeah, so collectively and then individually, total.
It is in the staff report.
It
that
says
you're
how much
getting
per council member.
$950 per month, $11,400.
But it
I
isn't
think
collective.
I think we want to, like, what the increase would be, so like an increase of, so overall, for example, overall $600, an increase of $200, I think is what Councilmember Cabrera
I
means.
got it, from where you are now. Got it.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect. So you
yeah.
guys will prepare that chart, so it's easy to
Mike
understand.
prepared that. I have trouble doing my,
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, council. So let's move on to our next item, our last item of business, which is our consideration of council rules, procedures, protocols, and decorum, and provide direction to staff. So this is direction, just providing direction to staff on this item. So I will turn this over to Megan.
Yeah. So, just real quick, I think, various folks have asked us to kind of look at ways to improve the efficiency and decorum during meetings. The council does have adopted rules and procedures that aren't too old, but we have been discussing, ways that we could maybe streamline the meetings. I think it's important to note that there's a lot of, that as the city has grown and we have a lot more activities going on, it's created a lot more, as you can see from the agendas, busier agendas. So some of the streamlining isn't anyone's fault. It's just the growing pains of a growing city. And so I put together a couple of, I included in the attachments our existing procedures and policies. I also included the city of, or I included our sort of agreed upon, we met on August 23rd and we had some kind of policies or consensus on how we might improve presentations and proclamations and so forth. We also, I also included the city of Temecula, which has a really nice setup. It's sort of indexed, and they have policies that, so you, instead of having to look at the whole, enchilada, you could almost adopt or tweak policies one at a time. One thing that I might suggest too, because I know this is a lot to give direction on at 10:30 at night, but we do have a procedure subcommittee, so there might be some kind of overall guidance that you could give to the subcommittee and maybe kick it to them to do some of the work, and come back to council might be another approach. And I think part of the reason why we've had challenges with the meetings has really just been because of all of the agenda items that we've had, but we haven't had in the past problems, and both Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem happen to be on the housing subcommittee, and we haven't in the past had issues with scheduling those meetings. So I think in the future we will be able to get those meetings moving forward. And part of it has been Mike and I too. Our schedules have been a little crazy, but if this is an issue that everyone really wants us to focus on, we can turn our attention to getting some of the rules and stuff addressed and updated. So that concludes my presentation. I didn't want to go into too much details because I thought maybe you would want to talk about it.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for providing all the information too and the examples. So I missed some of your comments, but let me take it out to the public first to see if we have any public comments on this item. So do we have any public comments from those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then I'll close the public comment and bring it to council for, and this is just consideration and just discussion. So if we can we'll start with comments, so I don't know if people have questions, so I guess we can just wrap it up at the end. Questions or comments, and then if we can take each, let's try to limit at least less than, or about 3 minutes per staff to go, per each staff. 3 minutes and 3 minutes per council member, so that way we can get through the rest of the item of the agenda. And I know this is just discussion. If we wanna make sure we allow for more discussion, if there is more discussion that's needed, then I think I'll make a recommendation to bring it back. But let's make sure that we kind of just be concise.
To the chair, if we do 3 minutes, that's gonna put us at 10:45.
Okay, so do you guys want to do 2 minutes? I mean, I just want to make sure you guys have enough discussion, but I also want to make sure I'm limiting it because we still have more items on the agenda that we need to get through. And I don't,
And Mayor, one thing I suggested, was that, if it's the desire of the council to kind of focus on it, we could also kick it to subcommittee and work with you and, Mayor Pro Tem to schedule that as soon as possible, and we could put our focus into, facilitating those discussions, but maybe this group could give us some guidance or direction that would help the subcommittee do some of that work, if you're both amenable to that.
okay, thank you, Megan. So let's do that. I think we had a subcommittee already, so it's discussing whether we as a subcommittee, Mayor Pro Tem and myself still are committed to that. And if we are committed to that, then that we hear the feedback from the rest of the council members, and then that I would prefer that we take it because it's a lot of information and it's a lot of work. And although we do have something, I think we have great examples of how we can improve. But it's gonna take work, and I don't think we're not gonna solve that tonight. So, okay, so I'll start with, Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo.
Yes, I was one of the ones that requested that this be brought up on the agenda, so thank you for doing so. And part of the reason was because I have received complaints regarding regarding the efficiency of our meetings. They go on real long, and I think the most important thing, besides the fact that sometimes we start using our own spot, where we're at kind of on the meeting, and we're exhausted. But I think, we definitely want to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed when we're up here, because we are making decisions that are gonna impact those in our community. And also, we wanna be respectful of our staff, we wanna be respectful, most of all, I think, of our community, their time. And also we want to, not just of their time, but we want to allow them an opportunity to participate, not just to watch the meetings later, but to actually be a part of it. So that's why the reason that I wanted to bring it up, and also just to get, I guess, feedback from the other council members, because I am in the ad hoc or subcommittee, I should say, with the mayor. And I guess my last thing that I would probably like to get some feedback from our council members, especially council member Cabrera, because I know he has been frustrated as well. I have seen it and heard it from him in previous meetings, when it comes to us having different or different opinions or different outlooks to certain agenda items or discussions. It does feel that sometimes we're chastised for having differing views, and I think that's what makes a strong council, is that we have different views, or makes a strong board, because those different views help us to have discussions that are gonna help us make good decisions that will hopefully reflect those of our community.
Okay, thank you for your comments. So I'll move on to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yeah, I have questions and then I'll go to my comments. My question is, how often does the subcommittee meet?
So we haven't met, and I think that's one of the problems, that we established the prior council that we were gonna meet in subcommittee. And I didn't, initiate that. I know we had a lot on our plate, but I think for me is needing help from the staff to say, hey, when are you guys gonna meet? And I think Darlene did send out a meeting invite, but Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo wasn't available, and I think for me also, I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on with the districting and all of that stuff. That if this is gonna be a commitment that the subcommittee is going to take, so myself and you, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem, then that we really establish a time frame and that we establish a timeline of when we want to come back to the council with a recommendation, because I know we said that back in August, I think it was in August, that we were gonna come back in December, and we just never met. So it's, yeah, so we, to your point, we didn't meet, so this is why it was asked to come back, and here we are.
And then my second question is, do you both still want to be on that committee? Or would you rather have either myself or Cabrera be in it? I guess it's a question for both of you.
Through the chair, I definitely want to be in the committee. I volunteered, to be in it, and I'm actually looking forward to meeting. Yes.
And the same for me. I think I researched, and part of the Temecula protocol manual was from my visit to Cal Cities, and I had talked to different council representatives trying to get ideas on the policies and trying to make sure that we have good policies that we can review to make sure that we have a good policy manual for us. So I'm committed. I've been researching and doing some of that work already. So I think it's just putting it now into initiative and bringing something back to recommend to the council.
Cool. So I'll move to my comments then. I actually did review a lot of the Temecula protocol manual, and there's a lot of things that I think that we can adopt. So thank you, Mayor, for bringing that forward. And Megan also for walking me through it on Monday as well. I do want to say that I do want to value that these meetings do take a long time. I was sworn in last month, and then my first meeting was like around 6 hours. But I do want to say that, I mean, I was elected to be a representative of our community, so it doesn't really matter to me how long I have to be here. That's the commitment that I made to my community. I also want to say that the public that wants to make comments are more than welcome to do so. And I do want to remind the public as well that you can always submit a written comment as well to Darlene by 2 p.m. of the day of the city council meeting. And that might alleviate some of the kind of staying up late, right? Or missing one of the items if there's something that you're really passionate about, because we can't really respond to you anyways on a written public comment. It could be a really good resource for you all as well. But with that being said, I think that I guess not direction, but like what I would like to see is maybe having the subcommittee walk through a little bit more of that Temecula manual and see what we can implement, and then move forward from there.
I have recommendations for the committee. From my perspective, I'm pretty good with numbers. So if we give each other 2 or 3 minutes to make a comment, we're gonna end up with 4 or 5 hours meeting, no matter what. So I think that we have to limit ourselves in the comments and especially the comments, so we don't spend 5 minutes each one of us, and that includes all of us, because we have to show the public that we are also bound by that rule. I feel like there's been times in which there's interruptions. So we don't get to make the full comment or the question. So those little things, I think that we have to put them aside, have time limits for ourselves, and focus more in making questions to our city manager when we get the briefing, so that we can be prepared and not having a full discussion of an item on a question that we couldn't ask her before that meeting. I also want to see those are the 3 things that I was thinking that we could give 2 or 3 minutes, maybe reducing the number of minutes for the public, but you're right, the public needs to be able to make a comment. So 3 minutes is fine, but we have to make it not shorter in a time that because we want to make it shorter, but because we are informed, previously consulted with our city manager, so that we can go to the guts of that situation and not spend so much time in bringing the background and all this information that we already provided. You know, it's like if we were to read all the background from the 4 district, we will spend an hour reading the whole thing. And I don't think that we have to do that. We have to go directly into what we need to do and move on to the next thing.
Thank you.
If I may ask a question to maybe to council, I think, or to staff, I really like the comment that Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez made with regards to the public perhaps sending in written comments. And if they do send a written comment, my question is, would that comment be read out loud by the city clerk, or would it simply be distributed to council and?
It's read out loud by and I know I have it in mind, but I usually don't unless Darlene tells me that she has a public comment, because it's part of the public comment. So the legally, right, Mike is the public comments, and then it's, do we have any written public comments? So we have written public comments in the past, and it's read into the record. Yeah, it has to be read into the record.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. So then I think as we're in agreement in terms of the subcommittee, I think it's just for streamlining that we move on and that we have a timeline. I think timelines, I work off of timelines, and I think that works best for me. Because if we don't have a timeline, then it can go on forever. So I think if we can meet and we can look at dates that we can already put on our calendar for the next couple of months, and then that we have, it's May, and that we already have what we have for the city of Temecula, and I think we've already had some other ones, right, Megan? There was like a couple of other ones that we had from other cities. I think I got the ones from Greenfield, Gonzalez, and so all that we already looked at least I have. So it's just giving it to Mayor Pro Tem Corralejo so she can review that. So what about if we have staff help us with the coordination of the meetings, and then make sure that we bring something back to council by June, or have something for recommendation? You think that's aggressive by June 19th?
I think that might be a little bit.
Okay, so July?
My daughter's graduating.
Okay.
We have family coming.
Yeah, okay.
It might be good at the first meeting in August, maybe.
Okay, that gives us more time. Okay, so then we say, let's commit that we have by the 7th, we'll have a recommendation to the council.
August 7th.
August 7th?
That's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Through the chair, can I just ask, did folks like the format of the Temecula?
Yes.
The one with the
Yeah.
policies as opposed to the.
That's so easy. This one's so
Yes.
easy.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we thought it was a good idea too. It'll make it easier to make corrections, and oftentimes you have to make a change to it because the law changes, right? And so it will be easier for us to make those changes. And you see that each one of those policies is dated as to the last time that a revision was made. I think that's a great idea. So
yeah, because we've had some of those and it's been hard because they're not reflected
Right.
on our policy. So I really like the way they formatted it. And so they say, talking to the city clerk and the council member from Temecula, they said their meetings are very organized and.
there's new material in the Temecula, but there's also, in looking at it, I went through it too. A lot of it actually is very similar to what we have in our policies. It's just written out in a different way. So I think reformatting would be
Very simple.
fairly easy to do. So
Yeah, really simple. So, okay, council, and so I agree. So here's one of my suggestions, because I know that we say, hey, it's 2 minutes and we can factor it in and whatnot, or 1 minute. And I think, if what we can do also is we have a timer for our public speakers for 3 minutes. We can also use a timer for ourselves. So if we're gonna say, hey, this discussion item is a little bit more fruitful because we know we're gonna have a little bit more discussion, then let's give ourselves 2 minutes, right? So that way, we set a timer, and when your timer goes off, then that means you respect the timer, right? We can set a timer up here to make it easier visually for each one of us. So I think it's really important because I think, you know, going back and what Megan provided in August, we, with the exception of Councilmember Ansanto Sanchez, you know, we reviewed some of the changes. We talked about some of the changes, but we haven't implemented that, right? And it's hard when you're passionate about, you want to make a statement about something, then you can go on forever, right? So I think if we use a timer for us as well, and we agree, hey, this item's gonna take a little bit longer, you know, total minutes, 20 minutes, each council member will have a minute or 2 minutes, right? And then that we set the timer and the timer goes off. I mean, or we have the timer, sorry, that we have the timer. Maybe if we can get a timer from Megan that we can see it. I know the county has like a timer where you could see it, and then hopefully each one of us will monitor, right? So my role as a chair, and I just want to make it clear so everybody understands, my role as a chair is I'm not here to chastise people, and I want to make sure that's clear in case that was something that was alluded to me. You know, whether we have different views, I think it's important for us to have different views, and this is why we all come up collectively with what's in the best interest of the city. But my role as a chair is to keep us moving along. And there's times when I do want to interrupt and I'm being respectful because, you know, I know that you have something important to say. Each one of us wants to say something and it's important to us. So we want to deliver that message to our community. So I think it'd be easier if we have a timer and each one of us comes and agrees how much we're going to speak. And then we stay true to that. So that's one of my recommendations to help us. And then the other thing that comment I want to make is, yes, these meetings go on a little bit longer. And I know, you know, we've obviously had a lot of agenda items, but I guess for me, I just want to say, because I've been hearing this since I came in 2016, you know, that these meetings are long. Before the meeting started at 5 o'clock, right? I think at 5 o'clock. At 5:30. The meeting started at 5:30, and then that was an issue. The council came back and said, okay, you know what, the meeting's at 5:30, it's hard for some of the council members that work in Salinas. I worked in Salinas too. And San Jose, right? So we said, okay, well, let's move it to 6. And then it was move it to 6 so we can allow the public to come and participate. So then we changed it to 6. Now we have, you know, we come in, we open it up, and if we have closed session, then it doesn't really start till 6:30. So I mean, it's not, I want to make sure that our public understands, and it's not like, oh, we want to just talk and we talk forever. But our meetings start later, and unless the council says, hey, we want to get out of here earlier, then we can talk about changing the time. But I just wanted to give you that context because we did change the time, and that does bring us back out. But I also my last point is, you know, we were elected to be able to make decisions and to be able to have a dialogue when it's necessary and when it's important. And if people want to get out of here at 10 or 11, then you know what, we got to, that's not what people elected us to do. We are here to represent the public. And if something is of importance, then I think it's our responsibility to be able to have that dialogue and come up with the best decision for our communities. And that each one of us is here because the public that appointed us, or the public that voted us in, that elected us, is expecting that we represent them and that we not just come here and not have any comments or not have any feedback, but that we're having fruitful feedback, right? So it's also being mindful of the fruitful feedback that we're going to provide. So with that, then we are in agreement. Then we'll stay with the ad hoc subcommittee. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem and myself will have until August 7th to come back to provide a recommendation to the council so we can adopt some policies that are going to help us to continue moving the city forward. Okay, so let's go on to now our mayor announcements and reports. So I know that there was, we had discussed back in August, the 2-minute reports for each of us. So I'm gonna try to hold that true to do a quick 2-minute report. So on the 18th, I attended the special city council meeting. On the 10th, April the 10th, I attended the AMBED Board of Directors meeting. And there we just, the board approved the performance measures for the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. And then on the 15th, on the 17th through the 19th, I attended the Cal Cities Leaders Summit in Sacramento along with Councilmember Cabrera. And we already received the report from Andres, so I won't go over that. It was a lot of great information that was provided. And also a lot of information on the homeless prevention. So it was a timely meeting. On the 19th, I joined the press conference with Governor Newsom, Supervisor Chris Lopez, Megan, and other mayors across California. So all you know, everybody knows that the county was awarded with 11 million of the encampment resolution funds, and the city received 4.7 million. So congratulations to our team. Congratulations to the county. I want to acknowledge Roxanne and Megan for the work that they did to get us to getting that funding that's essential. And then on the 21st, I attended the Sunday musical with the Aristocrats at the Community Center. And I just want to acknowledge Celestina Ripley, who was the director of the play. And on the 22nd, I attended Salinas Valley Mayors and City Managers meeting in King City. Just a quick highlights from there, update on the broadband and MBID, the contract that they have, transition from Senator Caballero to Senator Laird pending voter approval, and then funding for connectivity of camera systems for public safety. And I also talked about some of the homeless prevention strategies and the parking restrictions under AB 413. And then on the 23rd, I attended the LAFCO regular commission meeting. There was a public hearing on the draft annual budget. The commission approved. On the 24th, I had a Zoom meeting with Michael Artalejo to discuss the second annual youth job fair. So we're working on that, and that is scheduled to take place Wednesday, May 29th from 3 to 6. And there's more information to come and for that to be like a regional health fair. On the 24th, I attended the commemoration of Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day at Cesar Chavez Park. So thank you to the police department and Líderes Campesinas for putting that on. And on the 26th, I attended the 27th annual legislative luncheon with San Andreas regional centers, and also our victim services advocate was there. And we're one of the highlights for me was talking about Orchard Park, all inclusive, and the police department training on autism, which they have to do for every police officer every 2 years. And then on the 27th, attended the Earth Day celebration at Cesar Chavez Park. Thank you, Henry, and everyone that put that together. The ribbon cutting for Ace Hardware. Congratulations to Johnny and Maria for opening up their hardware store. It looks amazing. I attended the 20th anniversary at the Soledad Historical Society. And then today I met with an ad hoc committee for the selection of the new chair and vice chair of MST. And then I also had a virtual conversation with the CEO of Golden Pace Health on how the city can support an all-inclusive care about healthcare, but it's serving rural areas. Santa Cruz already established a partnership with them. So I want to look more into that and see how the city can support those efforts to bring more equity in terms of healthcare. Thank you. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I didn't put dates on it, and hopefully that speaks to stuff, but I just have a few April events or announcements. I attended the high school awards night where there was, I think they had like the largest amount of students, scholars that got awards and recognition, including my own daughter who got recognized for her community hours. Also attended the ACE grand opening as part of the Soledad Merchants and also as a council member. I also have been had discussions with Melanie from SNFBUS, and she provides many needed animal services here in Soledad, and we were talking about an animal holding facility. Hopefully that's coming soon, and I know that Megan and staff have also been communicating with her. And then the last event I have on here is the Soledad Historical Society's 20th year anniversary. And that was real special for me because my husband and I presented something to them for the 20th year anniversary, and it was an item from Juan Martinez was a Chicano activist here locally in the Gonzales and Salinas Valley area. And we started having discussions with the board, and we are really gonna be pushing and helping to get more Mexican American and Chicano history, local history into our Soledad Museum. So I'm really excited about that because I know it's something that the community has been asking for.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes, on April 18th, I attended the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority meeting, where they discussed several items, and some of interest include wanting to have a new recycle center in an area in Salinas for Salinas and North County folks, so that they don't have to travel as far to recycle their items. I believe they also are going to start a project in the Gonzales area, about 13 parcels, where they want to do sort of the I think it's called the slurry, where when trash goes in the landfill and repurposing that for energy. So I think that would be something that's really cool, something that I'm looking forward to discussing more with that board. On April 22nd, I also attended the high school awards night. My sister was there. She's graduating as a senior, and she got recognized for also community service hours and her A through G requirements. So it was really exciting. Felt we were going back to the high school because I used to teach there, and I was obviously a student there as well. And then on April 27th, I attended the 20th anniversary historical society, which is really amazing. It's really special, I guess, to me too, because my former teachers, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Gribes, and then Ms. Martinez was the librarian of high school, are all on the board. So it was really nice to see them and to catch up with them. Mr. Gribes did share with me that they are experiencing some issues with the historical society. I believe they have termites, so I just wanted to bring that here so that we're aware of that, and to see if there's anything that we can do to help mitigate that. And I really do hope to see it expand, especially because it's a really good learning opportunity for our students here in Soledad. And also, you don't repeat your history, you will forget your history. And there was another thing that I kind of thought of too, right? I grew up Catholic, and I still am Catholic. So is my family, and I want to recognize, that we have some items that are from the indigenous communities. And there's a really not great history between Catholicism and the indigenous communities. And I really hope that the Historical Society can maybe kind of recognize that, and hopefully maybe working with local indigenous communities to maybe come up with a land acknowledgement for the Historical Society, and something that we can also implement here, or just talk about here as well. I think it'd be something that would be really great. And other than that, I think that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera.
I did a few things, but not as much. So on the 10th, I confused attended a joint citizen advisory committee. It's early in the morning, and that is a conflict with the Soledad Historical Society. So I let them know that I was gonna go every other month, and somebody from the city will probably show up, and I'm gonna communicate with that person, find out who that person is, and communicate with that person to see if to get an update. I also went to the Calle Seguras during the day in the afternoon, 6 p.m., where we talked extensively, and I think I bored the guys with my questions about those 5 miles. And then from 17 to 19, I attended the conference at Sacramento for the summit, Leaders Summit, as Mayor Velasquez mentioned it. I also attended TAMSI meeting from on the 24th, and I was out of the city, out of the county actually, from 26 to 28, 29. So I was not able to attend the celebrations, that you guys attended. My apologies, but I had to get at it. And I will be, attending our meeting for the 6th with TAMC is canceled, so we're not gonna have that meeting for the committee, but we will have one on the 22nd. I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, on the 22nd of this month, which I will be attending. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, so we'll go on to council member praises, and I'm not gonna go through each one of us, but if anyone has a council member praise wants to mention it, just please feel free.
I have one. I know that we received a grant for the entitlement, and I wanna thank everybody who worked diligently and continuously to do that. And also to Sally, one of the members, I wanna say, of that community that didn't give up. She continuously looked for solutions, she continuously looked for help, and that is the fruit of her labor as well. So thank you, Sally, for doing the work.
Thank you.
And then just because our next meeting is after Mother's Day, I just wanted to quickly wish a happy Mother's Day to Darlene, Megan, and Maria.
Oh, yes,
Thank you.
For you. No, oh, okay, just for praises, I really wanted to praise the high school kids and also the 8th grade kids that are gonna be graduating. The reason I brought up the high school kids obviously is because I was there. But I think just, their resilience really is impactful, for me, because they were the 8th graders that didn't get to graduate. They graduated out of a car. During COVID in 8th grade, they didn't get to attend their Great America field trip, and there was all this uncertainty. They started high school isolated. I can't imagine what they were going through. And again, I just I'm in awe of them that not just that they're graduating, but that they're excelling. It was the biggest awards night that the school has had, and there was thousands. I think someone got 80,000. I think I heard more than 100,000.
I think like 250, somebody
Yes.
from ROTC.
Yeah, so it is honestly just huge. It's just huge, and I just want to give them praises and wish them the best and everything. And I'm sure they're gonna be awesome because they've been through a lot already.
Thank you. And for me, mine is quick. I want to thank all the public servants. I know that we did a lot of resolutions, but I think as still a public servant, there's a lot that goes into having safe communities, having communities where we have recreation, where our parks are maintained, where our infrastructure is good. And a lot of what happens, especially behind the scenes, is all of our public servants, especially our city employees, that you don't see a lot. They're not, obviously we don't see them here when we come to council, but you see what they do when you go out into our community. So I want to thank all the public servants, because sometimes it's a thankless job. I've been there, but I want to make sure that they know that we appreciate them. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go on to our city manager's report.
Yeah, I just have a couple of quick items. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge the great work of the police department, public works, and community development, particularly Beatrice Trujillo, for the homeless cleanup that has taken place and continues to take place today. Great team effort. We had a little hiccups here and there, but actually I think on the whole it's gone pretty smoothly. And we've tried to do it with compassion. Beatrice bought a bunch of very large trunks for some of the folks so that they could store their belongings. And we'll probably continue some of the cleanup efforts next week, where we are going to be focusing on probably dismantling some of the structures. This week, we really focused on removing loose trash. I don't know how many containers we've emptied today, but yesterday we did 7. 7 full.
Oh my God, how many yards?
30 yards, yeah.
Wow.
So it was a massive amount of trash. Today is a little slower going because we're actually to the point where we're getting into the riverbed, so, you know, it's much more difficult work, but anyhow, tremendous work from Public Works, and we have hired consultants to help because you can imagine how much work that was. The other thing I wanted to let council know, and I apologize, I will send you my this information out tomorrow, but there was basically a last minute request from a council council member, Congresswoman Lofgren, for the community project funding. So I had to just, you know, I actually worked till 2 in the morning so I could get the proposals together, but I put in an application, and I don't know if we'll get it, but for 2 things. One was the community center, kind of the bid alternatives that we don't have enough funding for that would kind of complete most of the project. And then the second thing I put in for was downtown Soledad streetscape enhancements that would go along with the Front Street project to add art, murals, lighting. So we'll see what happens, but I also wanted to thank the mayor and her role with the senator's office. The Senator Caballero provided us with 2 letters of support, like basically I sent it to them late in the evening before, and they turned it around by noon. So I think that really helped strengthen our application. And then lastly, in honor of Mother's Day, I have been talking to Celebration Nation. It's a little hard because they didn't go through the event channels. So I've kind of tried to ensure that we're not spending, because it needs to go to the council, we're not spending city resources, but they are going to be having a gathering at Cesar Chavez Park on May 12th. I talked to Flor Martinez and, you know, said, can we bring it down so that we don't have to necessarily get approval through the normal channels, so no amplified sound, you know, making sure that city staff isn't going to be needed on hand. So we're working together to create an event that will be nice, will be restful for the mothers. And as soon as she gives me kind of, I think she's looking at 10 to 12, so it won't be a very long time. So once I get some of the details, I'll send it out to you, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. I felt saying no was probably, it would disadvantage our community not to have an event, kind of have something, but I wanted to make it in the confines of our park rules too. So I hope that was okay. I hope that's okay with council that I struck a compromise there.
Megan, can I just say for the council that doesn't know Celebration Nation, they came in during COVID to provide a lot of the support for our farm workers, and they're open to everybody, but the focus has been, especially given where we're at in the large percentage of farm workers, they were providing food because of the food insecurities that we saw. So they were coming in, providing a lot of the food distribution for our community. They were coming in faithfully every month. And then afterwards they started providing, they did, you know, during COVID, Christmas giveaways for our kids. They did backpacks giveaways, toys, clothing. So I just, you know, I know that sometimes we have to follow the rules, but I also want to make sure that our residents understand and the council that, you know, Celebration Nation is not just someone that just popped up. They've been here since 2020 when the pandemic hit, and they've been faithfully coming, supporting our community members. So thank you, Megan, for striking a compromise with them.
Through the chair, did you say 10 to 12?
I think it's going to be 10 to 12.
Okay.
I as soon as Flor sends me the details, I'll send it out to everyone.
Okay, thank you for your reports, Megan. So future agenda items, and, I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Council goals?
Okay. Councilmember, Gonzalo Sanchez?
Yeah, I think at the last meeting, Mayor brought up a legislative ad hoc committee, so I wanna bring that back and I wanna preemptively not to jump the gun and say that it would be something that I would be interested in participating in.
No.
Perfect, yeah. Yeah, so I know you guys heard Andres talk about it, so Andres, reached out to Andres, he's supposed to be helping us with the framework, so we'll make sure we have a timeline for him as well.
Great.
Okay, Councilmember Cabrera?
No, I don't have any items.
Yeah, and I don't have any items, I think I have items from the last, they're in the minutes from the last time, so, so with that, then if there's no additional business, then this meeting is closed. We adjourn this meeting.